Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. We are reconvening our Standing Committee on the Whole on Budget from our Wednesday, March 19th meeting. So we'll call the meeting to order and say our land acknowledgement, which is that the Halifax Regional Municipality is located in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and the traditional lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Municipality acknowledges the peace and friendship treaty signed in this territory and recognizes that we are all treaty people. Members of the Budget Committee, before we get started on our list, Dave and Tyler are going to give us a quick update on where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tyler Higgins, Manager of Budget and Reserves. When we left Friday, we were at a 0.772 tax rate, which is 0.002 increase from last year, and overall bill increase of 5%.
Thank you very much. And because we were reconvening from the previous day, everyone will start with 5 minutes and then we'll go to the 3 minutes. And so our first speaker on the list is Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff pertaining to BAL item 023.23. That is the weekly green bin collection. I know that during COVID, when extreme circumstances were presented and there was every effort made to try to get some items out of the budget, the weekly green bin collection during the summer months was eliminated temporarily. And I'm curious even though your briefing note does provide a little bit of feedback on what the considerations were, and it does note the fact that there are some staffing issues that might mean that there are occasionally some blips in our ability to deliver that weekly collection even when we have it scheduled. What are the strongest sensitivities around whether or not that is a line item that we could find a way to minimize, if not eliminate?
Welcome, Shannon Betts.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Shannon Betts, Director of Solid Waste. I apologize, I wasn't in the room when the question was asked.
No problem. I'm interested in whether or not the weekly green bin collection is, strictly speaking, as necessary as we've perceived it to become over the years. There was a time when that wasn't a service that was offered.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So we started collecting weekly green carts during the summer months back in 2003, 2004. It's definitely a service that residents have come to appreciate and like. We do get calls, about green carts and the nuisances that accompany them, throughout the summer months. But we do a lot to try and help residents out, giving them tips on how to manage their green carts, mitigate any odors that may potentially arise from those. It's whether it's essential or not is a difficult question. The only year that we had canceled the collection was in 2020. We did see a decrease of about 10% in the amount of organics collected that summer. But it's difficult to say what happened to that material. I know a lot of people, everyone was home. I think given the less frequent trips to the grocery stores, people were a lot more conscious about their groceries and perhaps wasting less food. So, there are all kinds of factors that play into that. So it's difficult to say what the impact would be if we were to cancel that.
We weren't able to detect. Am I still on? Yeah, there we go. We weren't able to detect any measurable difference necessarily in whether or not sorting, for example, was not being adhered to. So during the months where that weekly collection was not provided, did we see an uptick in organic waste winding up in conventional garbage?
Through you, Madam Chair, nothing that we noticed. There were, the times were a little crazy that year. People cleaning out homes and stuff like that. So we did see fluctuations in other waste streams, but there was nothing concrete to indicate that that any additional organics went into the garbage stream.
Was the period always July, August, and September, or has that varied? Because we are starting to get, hotter lasts a little bit longer later into the season. Are the months during which this extra collection is applicable still the standard that we go by?
Through you, Madam Chair, originally the weekly collection took place during July and August. I don't recall exactly which year we added September, but for those exact reasons where, shifts in temperature, climate, we do have warmer Septembers than we had in the past.
Right. I mean, the main reason I'm asking these questions is principally because we know we've added some items back to the budget, and so I'm looking at a variety of different items that have been presented in the BAL just to give us some areas that we might be able to look at potential cost recovery. I don't have a strong feeling as to whether or not this is an appropriate area to look at because I recognize that there are pretty stark differences between our rural, our suburban, and our urban centers. And so there may be very different levels of sensitivity to a service like this being cut back, whether it was eliminated or a certain period was cut out of that in order to bring the budget down. I'm very curious to know, particularly from councillors that were here at the time that it was last eliminated, whether or not there was a really strong feeling of whether or not it was a mistake to have removed it. I mean, it did immediately wind up coming back, so I have to figure that there was a reason for that. But it is an extra expense that we're incurring in order to ensure that we've got that extra collection all the way through just those 3 summer months. And knowing that we have some challenges with staffing that can impact that, I'm curious whether or not we're getting the best bang for our buck with that extra service.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put a motion on the floor for a BAL item. Can I do that now? We have, no. Okay.
Yes, Councillor Morse, you can put a motion on the floor now. We are on the main motion.
Okay, great. I move then that the Budget Committee amend the motion to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize the operating budget, capital budget, and 4-year capital plan for Regional Council, incorporating BAL 014 as outlined in attachment A and B. This is collision data reporting.
Is there a seconder? I'm sorry, I didn't hear who the seconder was. Oh, thank you, Councillor Austin. Go ahead, Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. This collision data reporting is actually a free item. There is no cost to this. It is essentially purchasing some software that would help us do better analytics on our collisions, where they're happening across the municipality. It would help us align better with the police reporting, as I understand it. And all that's required here is approval to, this was going to happen a year or so from now, so all this would be moving it up a year. There's no cost to us, and it would vastly improve staff's ability to do planning around pedestrian safety and traffic safety. So I hope you'll consider supporting this.
Councillor Cuddle.
Thanks. I note in our sheets it doesn't have a cost associated with it, but you said, Councillor Moore said that it would require purchasing software. Is there a cost for that?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Thorpe is coming down?
Oh, perfect. Hey, I can talk to you.
We'll take a day to answer.
Good afternoon, David Thorpe, CIO. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Yes, there will be a cost to purchase the software. What we're able to do this year is move money from one account to cover it this year, and then we'd move the money from that account next year back over to cover what it was going to do in broad strokes. So there will be an RFP process that we would go through to purchase it. It's just there'd be a zero net effect to this year's budget.
Right. So there'll be an ongoing budget implication?
Yes, there would be.
And is there any sense of what that is?
We will have to go through the RFP process to understand what that would be. So we won't know until we do that.
So will there be another opportunity then to have before it's finally approved for it to come forward? I just, just approving something for budget that doesn't have a budget. It says here there's no budget implication, but there is a budget implication for future years. It's good to have that information before finalizing the decision. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, the market scans we've done for these type of products, we had $250,000 down as sort of the worst case of a yearly cost for it, and what's just unknown is what product we'll end up choosing. So it could be, we don't think it would be more than $250,000, but it could be less. So just to be clear, so if we approve it now, it will get built in automatically to the budget next year, or will we have an opportunity to revisit this again?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So if it's approved, we would move ahead and do the purchase this year. Its yearly ongoing cost would then be reflected in the IT operating budget.
Right, so it gets built in future years.
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor St. Amand?
Thank you. Just to build on that thought process. So while there's a fixed cost that we are adjusting from other areas in order to cover the cost of this initial spin up of this software purchase, is the ongoing cost anticipated to be the same, or is there a reduction because it's, we've got some upfront labor cost and setup cost associated with the initial purchase, and then on an ongoing basis, would there be any form of a reduction, or would it just be a recurring line item?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, most likely there would be a reduction because there would be one-time setup costs.
Right.
Most likely it'd end up being a software as a service solution, so it would be an ongoing operating cost, but typically there's some small amount up front to do the setup.
So we don't know exactly what that would be. We would just anticipate it being a little
Correct,
lower.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Purdy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just wondering, how does this program, can you explain how this augments what we already have? In speaking with some of our traffic folks, we already do have the ability to collect data on this type of information. So what are we getting that is making what we already have more fulsome?
And welcome, Roddy McIntyre.
Good afternoon, Roddy McIntyre, Director, Traffic and Parking Management, through Madam Chair to the Councillor. So we currently already do, obviously we collect the data and we've got some kind of house-made analytics that we can do. This software will just provide us with better tools to analyze the data we have. So it's not, we don't require this in order to collect the data. The data is already there and it's continually coming in. This package will allow us to provide better analytics for what we have.
And in your opinion, will this help work? Will this benefit your department in order to help make better decisions on helping to make our streets safer? Like, is this going to directly impact the amount of collisions that we see on the streets by having this data analytics?
Through Madam Chair to the Councillor, the tools that this platform will provide will absolutely help us make better data-driven decisions as far as where we can target our interventions as far as road safety matters go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Cuddle?
Oh, thank you. My main questions were just asked by Councillor Purdy about the benefits of this, but I am just curious about how we do things on this briefing note where it says the 4-year impact is not applicable. Like I do note in the briefing note that it mentions the ongoing fiscal implications, but what does that mean under 4-year impact not applicable?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I believe it was because it was an issue that we were already planning for the following year, so it's not making a net change to the future. It was already something that was planned to be undertaken next year.
Okay. I mean, I would think for your impact would note that there would be ongoing budget implications. I mean, I would think that that would be noted in our, like in our summary. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle. I see no other names on the list. Are you ready for the question? Motion has carried. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Morse.
Sorry, Ms. Chair. I thought there was one more speaker before me. So the question I wanted to ask about is the heritage conservation planners. I don't know if there's anyone here, if Jacqueline's hiding up there, someone from Planet. Oh, there she is. I was wondering if you could explain, because what I'm thinking about is the Planner 3, not all 3 positions, but the Planner 3 seems to be suggested in the briefing note as the one that would make the most difference in terms of accelerating the delivery of our heritage conservation districts, which right now, colleagues, if you'll recall, are basically on we might be done them in 50, 60 years at the current pace.
Welcome, Jacqueline.
Yes, Chair. Jacqueline Hamilton, Executive Director of Planning and Development, through you to Councillor Austin. Yes, we've laid out options for members of council with respect to the Culture and Heritage Priorities Plan positions. The Planner 3 would play a key role in certainly accelerating the work of the heritage districts, and really this is about, I mean, we've laid out, it's about on average a 3-year timeline to deliver on a heritage conservation district. Immediate priorities are the downtown Halifax Heritage District, which is in the final stages, and we are preparing a background study for the downtown Dartmouth Heritage District. And what additional resources would do would be allow us to do multiple heritage districts at one time. The other positions in the BAL briefing note would be related to the civic addressing program to support a more inclusive commemorative approach to civic to our asset naming policy. And there's another Planner 2 resource there that would support the heritage districts as well. So the staff recommendation, these were viewed as lower priority relative to some of the other asks. So it would be something that we would intend to bring forward for next year's budget, but the options are there for council's consideration.
Yeah, my sorry, my impression of heritage planning tends to be it's always the afterthought for the most part when you're trying to crunch budgets in a planning department, because it has the least immediate pressure. The heritage planners tend to get rolled out when something has gone wrong, when you've lost some important building. That tends to be the moment that we crystallize around heritage, but it always tends to otherwise come up short. And I think it shows up in terms of the budgeting that the resources allocated here, because, colleagues, having a heritage district program that's going to take 50, 60 years to complete them all, right? That's not effective. And, I think there's an impact here. Sometimes it gets portrayed as you can have development or heritage. My understanding is once we have these heritage districts in, we would actually unlock more housing potential. I see some head nodding. Will you explain that?
Yes, Chair, through you to the councillor. Certainly heritage districts are a big part of our strategy around ensuring a balanced approach to development, both allowing for a broader range of development options alongside of stronger protections for heritage. We do often in our heritage conservation districts and for designated properties have ability through development agreements to allow for higher densities than would be permitted under normal circumstances. So they are certainly a tool to allow for both heritage conservation and additional development. So they do play an important role in terms of that, a balanced approach.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that in mind, I'm going to move that we go basically with the option, I think it's 2 here. I have a revised figure from staff. So I'd like to move that we put 86,000 into the budget for the Heritage Planner 3. So I'm not going to move the other 2. I think we can go back for that in future years, but the prioritization of delivering these heritage districts that are otherwise on a 50, 60 year timeline to get them done. We got to pick up the pace on this one. So I think for $86,000, this would be money well spent. So I'd like to move that.
Seconded by Councillor Cottle. You have some more time now.
I do, but I feel like I've already made my case, and so I'll throw it open to see what other people have to say about it.
Councillor Cottle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to support this, and I appreciate, Councillor Austin, that you brought back an adjustment on this for just the Planner 3. I look at all the planning staff we've hired over the last 3 years, particularly, in relation to the Housing Accelerator Fund and other initiatives that we have. And, as we see what happens in the next year or two, there might be some opportunity to internally find some more resources to shift to this rather than just continually adding resources. But at the same time, we're at a point where there is a massive transformation happening in our city, and there is a need to protect our heritage. It's one of the unique aspects of Halifax that doesn't just contribute to the quality of life of residents here, but also to our other economies, like our tourist economy, and our identity and really what Halifax is kind of about. So I wasn't looking to support the entire package here, but I will support the addition of a Planner 3 for this. I think that's important. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle. Councillor Austin.
Yeah, just one final point that I missed in concluding. Right now the proposed districts, they're mainly on the peninsula. There's 3 in Dartmouth. But I think for anyone I think about Old Bedford as another area. When the suburban plan is done, I'm expecting there'll be other districts that will be identified in that plan, just as there was in the regional center. And so, putting resources into this, I think, as the suburban plan unfolds, will quickly become a program that is effective for the entire municipality, because after suburban plan is rural plan too, and I know we've got some historic villages and other places in rural HRM that are also worthy of planning. Oh, now I've sparked.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have debate. I just have a question. I want to fully understand the comment that Councillor Austin made, and maybe he can respond, or maybe the Executive Director can respond. Just the extent to which we can see that this would contribute to more housing. I understand the development agreements may result in more housing, but what's been our experience, I guess, with this? So if I could have a bit more data, I'm just trying to educate myself on this.
Yes, Chair, through you to Councillor Steele. I don't have data today on, but we can certainly get that for Council if you wish, around the number of units that would be generated through these Heritage Development Agreement tools, but certainly there would be expanded development rights that are enabled, and I'd say a good portion of those would involve increasing residential density. So it certainly has been a tool that's used for that purpose, and we can follow up and get more information should Council wish that.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're back in a place now where we've begun to add bowel overs, and I'm not seeing the bowel enders come in to balance them out. There are people in our municipality who are at risk of not being able to pay their rent because of tax rate increases and the impact the impact of rate increases on their rent. Those people aren't too concerned about the rate of heritage designations right now. I think I would be happy to come back to look at this salary line item in a future year budget once we've got other efficiencies and expenditures under control. This is not any kind of editorial comment on the importance of heritage or the designations, but we need to stay within our budget here. And right now, I just don't see how we're doing that. So I'm afraid I'll have to vote against this ballot over.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is this would look at, for the first time, areas off the peninsula. I mean, we've done well to conserve properties that have historic importance and that are our oldest properties on the peninsula and in downtown Dartmouth. But this would start to look at some of the places that we haven't conserved before, along the Bedford Highway, for example, which was a very historic route into Bedford. There are a lot of heritage properties along Bedford Highway that would benefit from this. And this happens to be the same areas that are under pressure for development now, as many of our suburban areas are starting to see more intense development. So I think the time is right. It's a small strategic investment that would have benefits for the long term in, as Councillor Cuttle mentioned, conserving our identity here in Halifax. So I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. I see no other names on the list. The question has been called. Oh, sorry, Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if staff can show us on that chart what was the jump for this? What was the next? What was how much did this change the I see the average total, but what did it change from one to the next?
Through the chair to the councillor. So you're within the rounding increment of the rate, so this won't actually change it.
Oh. So right now we are at a 5% impact to the bill. And before we started this morning, we were, what was the 0.7?
So you're at 0.772. If this does move forward, it'll still stay at 0.772. Every time we increase the rate, it's a set amount of money that this generates. And where we were in that rounding, we still have, there's enough room there to accommodate this and not move the rate further.
So the big jump then came from the buses.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Question has been called. Shall we vote, Mr. Clerk? Motion has passed. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to raise an under that I'd like to talk a little bit about before I bring up the motion. It's a motion for a budget change. It's not an under. I've seen a lot of discussion about food security and about affordability. And food security is, before I put my motion on the floor, I just want to say it's really important. And it's really important that levels of government engage with this. We here in Nova Scotia have a very high child poverty rate, and food security is super important. I am encouraged, though, recently, I see that the Nova Scotia government has invested very heavily in a school food program in partnership with the Government of Canada, and I think that should begin to address some of the issues that we have. In terms of our Just Food Security program, our Just Food program, part of the reason why we engaged in this is to do with food security and also to work on culturally appropriate foods, particularly for our Indigenous and African Nova Scotian communities. In doing a bit of research, and I think some of you will know I spent my career with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, in doing a bit of research, I looked at all the sources of funding for food security and to address things like community gardens and some of the other work that's involved with food security and culturally appropriate foods. I found a number of programs, a number of programs that are being offered by the provincial government. For example, Communities Culture and Heritage has a community food access and literacy program. The Department of Opportunities and Social Development, formerly Community Services, has the Collaborative Food Network programming where they've just announced some funding for some communities. Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada has the Local Food Infrastructure Fund, specifically targeting Indigenous and Black populations across this country. Under the Canadian Sustainable Agriculture program, there's a Bridge into Agriculture program offered through Dalhousie University, which targets African Nova Scotian residents for a 22-week program, which provides not only the seeds and transplants, but the tools to become involved with agriculture. That's entirely free. I could go on. There's the Edible Trees program. There's a well-supported national agriculture in the classroom program as well. So with that context, I'll introduce my motion, if I can find it here. Okay to go ahead? That the Budget Committee amend the motion to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize the 25-26 operating budget, capital budget and four-year capital plan for Regional Council, incorporating a decrease of $682,500, reducing funding in the Just Food Action Plan. So now that I put the motion on the floor, I do want to, okay.
So as seconder, Councillor Hartling.
I want to say that this does not include the mobile food market. And I just want to emphasize again, food security is so important. And when I campaigned on staying in our own lane. And I realized that this duly came to council and was duly approved. This is not a traditional role for a municipal council to be involved in. I know in some other cities across the country, municipal councils are involved with this, but they get more tax room from their provincial governments. We are facing an affordability crisis, so we have to sharpen our pencils and stay within our own lane. And this is an area where I feel that we won't be disadvantaging any groups. There are other sources of funding out there, and much of the funding doesn't go to people that are hungry. It supports people that are involved with coordination. And yes, we need the coordinators. Goodness knows we need that. But we don't need to be the people that are funding this. There are many other sources of funding. You have to put forward applications to get the funding, but there are some funding sources there. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a question for staff. I know that the vermiculture program happened in coordination with the Just Food program. I'm wondering, is there an opportunity for us to explore the vermiculture program? Is there anybody in solid waste or anything like that that can speak to whether the vermiculture program can exist, outside of Just Food?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Councillor, Letitia Smiley, Food Policy Strategist. Thank you. In terms of the vermicomposting, at this point, no. Solid Waste Resources indicated that they will not be continuing the program into next year, but what they have offered to continue is to provide their education resources So at this point, the Just Food team are working with partners like Divert Nova Scotia and other funders out there to try to mobilize some funding to be able to continue that program in the new year. But there is a requirement for coordination and people power to be able to deliver that program again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hertling. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Letitia, just want to know the Blended Forward program. What does us removing the Just Food Action program, what would that do for the Blended Forward program? Can you speak to that, please?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. If we were to remove the funding for the Blend It Forward program or for the African, Nova Scotian and Black group, it would mean that there wouldn't be funding in place for the working group and there wouldn't be funding in place for the coordinator role. In terms of the Blend It Forward program, we did provide some program support for that, but a lot of that funding did come from partners that the coordinator was able to mobilize to fund that, partly from Public Health, from Feed Nova Scotia, and some other partners that Just Food brought to the table. So you need a coordinator, you need people to be able to run these programs, you need people to be able to find other funding streams, you need people to be able to bring others to the table. So I would say it would be unlikely that it would be able to be offered next year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and I can appreciate, we do face that dilemma of what is our lane and what isn't. It's not always a clear-cut one. There's things that we know absolutely are our lane, and there's things we know absolutely aren't, and then there's this kind of mushier kind of middle space that is, sometimes hard to define. So I appreciate where Councillor Steele's coming from, and in terms of this, I would personally feel more comfortable about this if we had actually had this motion, not today, but with an actual briefing note, because I don't really know, okay, if I vote for this, what am I not doing? What actually do we not do in terms of programming? So I'll ask Letitia, if we remove this $682,000, what work that HRM is doing, what programs, what stops? Because I just don't know.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, a lot of things would stop, I would say. It's unfortunate timing that we did have an update that went to council on the 18th that did articulate all of the progress that's been made to implement the Just Food Action Plan in this last year. In terms of direct municipal programming, we've worked with horticulturalists to increase the ability to grow food in our parks, to have an urban orchard program, to install community plots at seniors facilities across the region, to install community plots at pallet shelters in Dartmouth. We've been working with our emergency management folks and procurement to try to identify and create a roster of emergency food partners who, in time of an event, we can call on to help support us and provide food in community. We wouldn't have the food truck on the road, the refrigerated food truck that has already been purchased. So we wouldn't be doing the food rescue program, a solid waste mandate. We wouldn't be doing that program without this budget. We would have no person to operate the truck. We'd have no ability to kind of mobilize that municipal resource. We wouldn't be looking at things like the virtual food hub, which is being created to provide resources to the community organizations that are operating in your region to help them look at, how do they assess food in their region? How do our residents and citizens volunteer in food? So there's an inventory of ways you can volunteer in community. We wouldn't be looking at sort of the community gardens grants and the supports that we are being asked to meet the increased demand for using municipal land to grow food. So we wouldn't be able to administer that program. We wouldn't be able to launch those grants. We wouldn't be able to continue the community grants that we worked with last year with Feed Nova Scotia that are providing low barrier grants to community organizations that are operating within your region. And, we wouldn't be able to, I could go on and take the entire morning talking about all of the programs, afternoon, I guess we are. But really, we wouldn't be able to deliver on the implementation plans and the priorities that our residents are asking us to do through the citizen survey, with 60% saying they want the municipality to invest in food systems and food security work. We wouldn't be able to deliver on the Just Food Action Plan, which represents thousands of hours of community feedback involving organizations across the region. And we wouldn't be able to, commit to the regional portion and the municipal portion in this work that, as the councillors have pointed out, requires all levels of government, but definitely does require municipal participation.
Is 682,000, is this the entire program budget?
The entire program budget is about 1.3, or through the chair to the councillor, about 1.3 million. And just since Part B was approved, we've brought in about 600,000 in additional funding into the program. So that's part of the role of the people in this project, is to bring in additional
So we've netted
funders.
600,000 from other partners, other orders of government from our 682?
Yes.
So we've doubled it.
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I'm not inclined to cut this at all right now, given what I've just heard. I think, I would suggest that I think this would be better with a staff report rather than us kind of doing this on the fly like this and not necessarily knowing what all the unintended consequences of the action might be. From Letitia's explanation, I've heard community gardens, urban orchards, like that's all park stuff. That's us. Virtual resources, that very much fits with our library. We have community developers in parks that they do work with nonprofits, and we offer community grants. So this does feel very much like our wheelhouse in many areas. So I think that's it for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Austin got to a lot of it with you, Letitia. What I haven't heard yet, which I'd like to hear you say it because I believe in it, is you or perhaps Bill speak to the community safety piece of this, because I think this is a really big feature. This is within the business unit of community safety. I think that we have a lot of intersections there in regard, and if you could speak to that, I think it could help council today.
Through the chair to the councillor, to speak to what I was mentioning about the roster. So we've had an experience in previous events, hurricanes, where we're trying to respond and provide food to our communities, and we have to build relationships on the spot. We have to do an inventory of what our partners have on their shelves, like Feed Nova Scotia, Mobile Food Market, and we've had to mobilize them in the moment as part of that response. And so a significant part of the work that we've been doing this year is creating a way to create a roster, to invite community partners, to invite mobile food providers to tell us how they would want to participate in an emergency response, and to create clear roles and responsibilities so that if an event happens, they can be mobilized quickly. And we will have a food truck coordinator who's going to use our refrigerated truck to work with those community partners to bring food to them, to bring generators, to bring supplies and other things to support community-based responses, as well as to mobilize our off-grid cold storage, which is another program that we've been working on to have stable off-grid cold storage that would continue to operate when our power goes out, which is one of the most significant impacts of events, and most frequent thing that happens here is energy lost or power lost. We also, as I say, are working really to identify what is our critical food infrastructure, so we can factor that into our hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessments. We do rely on commercial food outlets as our source of food, and we also have about 2 to 3 days of food on our shelves. So part of this work as well is working across other levels of government to see what we can do to increase food stockpiling and to increase our ability to provide food to residents in time of event and any kind of disruption in a food chain that's very precarious and very vulnerable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Letitia, for letting us know all the things that would not be available if this was cut. Thank you very much. Food is a social determinant to health and wellness, obviously. And I think this program is very important for community. This helps with the self-sustainment of how they're going to work with food in the future. With all due respect, Councillor, I'm going to have to vote against this motion. I think it's very important to the community, and I think we mentioned that we have to stay in our lane. Well, the municipality didn't stay in their lane for the housing incident, so I think we should make exceptions to every rule, and this is one that I'm going to be voting against on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Young. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you very much, Councillor Steele, for the motion. There are a few different things going on here. The mandate question that Councillor Young brings up is certainly one of them. And while no one can argue about the importance of food and good nutrition, it's no more in the municipal mandate than, you know, we would like to have more MRI machines at QE2 as well. This is very much not in mandate. And it's just indicative, like the example that Councillor Young gave again with some of the housing stuff that we've gotten into, of the quagmire that results at budget time when we develop habits of drifting out of mandate. And I'm going to try to be helpful in refocusing us on the core services that our municipality is expecting from us and deserve from us. But I want to share some information. It's from a variety of readily available sources, staff reports, media reports, interviews with not-for-profits, but what we can learn is that of the $856,000 total cost of the program, okay, and then we're going to subtract the mobile food market, which I agree with doing. Thank you for that nuance. A massive chunk of that budget, 64.25%, is going to salaries. Okay, so of the $865,000, $550,000 is going to salaries. A rule of thumb in the not-for-profit sector is around 15% should be going to management and salaries, not 65%. This is a very bloated program. And worse, or perhaps more enlightening, is the fact that it's duplicative of programs that bigger players, the provincial and federal governments, are already offering funding for, and this is diverting municipal funds from those essential services like infrastructure, like transit, like the other things we're debating in this budget right now. Not to mention keeping a flat tax rate so that residents can continue to afford to live here. $550,000 could buy approximately 275,000 pounds of food at $2 per food, directly feeding thousands instead of paying salaries. So again, we have here a very inefficient, top-heavy program that duplicates provincial programs and federal programs that are better designed and built to deliver the same service more effectively. I would even be happier if the municipality would apply for those funds to deliver this program, but we just simply can't justify it out of the general rate. And perhaps as a final note, as we heard in the previous section of the debate, and as we know instinctively, HRM needs planners. We're short of planners. There's a lot of work to do to manage the growth in our municipality. Letitia is one of the finest planners at the municipality on secondment for this program. And if we were to adopt this motion, Letitia could go back and help us manage the growth that we so desperately need to manage. So I thank Councillor Steele for the foresight and the research into this motion, and I'll be very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this is one of those programs that, you know, I've kind of been batting around in my head about how do we play a role in food security, and what should that role be? And you know, and this is why this particular motion is kind of difficult, because there are a number of things within the strategy that I do support, but I've expressed concern in the past that we were getting, I think the word bloated is a good one, that the program was getting very complex with many moving pieces, rather than focusing on the core deliverables of what the municipality would consider in its lane, like the community garden program on municipal lands and helping with things like greenhouses and ensuring gardens have water, and like that was an important one. I thought that really met our mandate. I'm concerned that within other departments, we have a number of groups doing food. Our libraries deliver a free food program, which I've seen. We have cooking programs. We have food programs at the Halifax was dealing with some food and emergency response. We have community mobilization teams. We have GEM teams. We have a lot of resources already within the municipality that I'd rather see be the participants and the leads in this rather than hiring new people. And how do we use the resources we have already, where there's overlapping mandates, to help deliver on some of these ideas and some of these programs? So, I mean, cutting the whole thing is difficult. I did support the original funding of, I think, it was about $500,000. But I didn't support the top-up last time, and I can't support the top-up this time either. However, I don't know if I'm prepared to cut the entire program at this point in time. So I think there is a motion on the floor. I'm just wondering what the process is here. I think, there'd be a vote on this motion that Councillor Steele's put on the floor. And depending on how that goes, I might come back and look at the ongoing funding or the top-up as a potential under in the budget. But I 100% know that the municipality has a role to play. The question at this point is what is our role? And I just feel that the scope of the program has really grown quite rapidly. I'm not entirely comfortable with that, given the context of everything else that's going on in the municipality at this time. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle. Deputy Mayor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is most difficult. Letitia, I don't think there's anybody better to lead this program. You're passionate, you're organized, you get it, right? And we do need to take care of folks. It's interesting you made a comment about the survey that 60% want municipality to invest in food security. Yeah, they also want us to invest in healthcare and mental health services and addictions and deal with rent and affordable housing. They want us to do it all because we asked them, which our friends down across the street don't ask them. What should the province work on? They never ask them. So we ask, and we're told to do, can you do everything you're supposed to do, plus do all the other stuff that maybe our friends down the street don't do. Myself, along with Councillor Kent and Councillor Austin, since 2020, since the pandemic arrived, we've been supporting the Square Roots program in Dartmouth. And on average right now, once a month, we feed over 225 families per month. That's direct food that goes to families, 225 per month. And when people pick it up, sometimes there's tears in their eyes because they say, I can't afford broccoli. You're providing me broccoli. I mean, for most of us, we're so privileged. So I really understand the importance of this. But, it is about being in our lane. Councillor Young said, well, we're in our lane. We're out of our lane when it comes to homelessness. And as the mayor said, yeah, we're involved in homelessness encampments because at the time, the province wasn't doing anything. Now they're doing a lot now. And I respect that and I acknowledge that. Amazing. But we're now with it. It's going to be with us forever now. And there lies the problem. This is the fine line that we're in. The $500,000 going to salaries. Imagine if you had $500,000 worth of food we delivered. What impact that would have. There lies my problem. And I think everyone here in this room are struggling because now that I'm getting to know all of my council colleagues, and including our staff, we all care. But the question here is not whether this is a good program, not whether we should be addressing food security. It's whether or not we should be doing it is the question. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Steele.
Thanks everyone for their comments, and I knew this would raise a lot of concerns because I think we're all very concerned about food security, and we all love those community gardens in our districts. Those of us who have them, I should say, and and those build community as well. They allow people to socialize and all those things. My point, I just want to really be clear on is not that this work shouldn't happen. It's just that do we need to be doing it, and do we need to be coordinating it? And I do have to say, when I initially considered this motion, I was not going to suggest that it apply this year, but that it not come into effect until next fiscal year. But when I had some discussions, it appeared as if perhaps the timing may be more appropriate to bring it in for this year, just because there's, for example, if we don't approve the BAL item, the over, this year, then it kind of limits the effectiveness of the program. And I was reading kind of the context that maybe that item would not get approved just because of all the pressures on our budget. So it appeared, the advice I appeared to be receiving, and maybe I could ask Bill Moore a question just about, timing and things, because one thing I'm really mindful of is this fund has supported some external organizations. We have contribution agreements with external organizations, and they do have staff. And we have been, I think, a big source of funding for these organizations. So I was thinking, well, we give them a bit of a year to, write all those other applications that I'm suggesting they write, rather than just come to us. Because, I totally think community gardens and all these things are really important in my time almost. But maybe Bill could just speak to that kind of overall kind of community safety budget, timing, appropriateness. And the other thing is, as Mayor Fillmore has suggested, he's asking for an audit and review. Maybe this would get picked up on that. But I just don't want us to be going down the road any further in an area where, we don't need to be when there's other programs out there, and also leading people on even more. If we could say, well, maybe this is it. This is the last year. Maybe that's, I realize we have to vote on the motion, but I just wonder if Bill could maybe share with the table some of the conversation, perhaps.
Welcome, Bill Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Moore, Commissioner of Public Safety. Madam Chair, through to the councillor. So on the operational budget for Just Food, the amount of money that's in the motion now would reflect all of the operational dollars that are budgeted minus the $75,000 that would be for the funding the mobile food truck. Right? Dancourt is not so that's the additional for next week. That I stand corrected on that one, but that would, so what that incorporates is the operational funding to do the programming and 4 positions, of which I'm sitting next to one, Letitia, and the other 3 positions at this point are presently vacant. The funding agreement with our external partners, we partially fund through a contribution agreement, so we do not hire directly a staff person. It's a transfer to an outsourced organization, and then they leverage that to achieve other sources of funding to be able to staff those positions that are outside of HRM.
Councillor Steele, you can come back. Okay. Councillor Morse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the question of timing, this program has been developed over a few years through Letitia's work and the partners that she's worked with. A lot has been invested in this in work and time. It was approved by the previous council, and a lot of good things have happened as a result. And we've also built up expectations and maybe in some cases dependencies. But I think if we're going to change course, we owe it to the people that we've worked with to give them a heads up about this and not just change it in a budget meeting, but to give people some warning that we are changing direction on this. And also on timing, we know because of the tariffs that food prices are likely going to go up. It could be a very hard year for people ahead. And so that's another reason why we might not want to do this, in a budget meeting without giving people some warning. I'm sitting here thinking about the food bank in my district. The clientele has doubled in the last year or so. There are a group of volunteers who run it on a shoestring, and they get donations and they work with Feed Nova Scotia. People may not realize that Feed Nova Scotia doesn't have any guaranteed funding from the province. They also work with donations. So everything is run on a prayer, basically. And the volunteers who run the food bank in my district, many of the people that they're serving are new Canadians. The last time I was there was a couple months ago. It was a lot of Ukrainian families coming in for help. And the volunteers who run it are in their 70s and 80s. So that's who, is delivering these food programs directly to people. And if we can provide supports more indirectly and coordination and other supports, I think they're very valuable. And we should think twice about cutting it on short notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morse. On the list, it looks like Councillor Cuddle is next, but Councillor Cuddle, I believe you've already spoken. So, Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think there's been a lot more said today than needs to be said. Very much more. I do believe in this project. I don't know if it's a project, but from this strategy, I do believe in the work that's happening. I would like perhaps Commissioner Moore can offer us insight into why it's here, how did it get here, that kind of thing. I think that's a good information piece for our new councillors to know. How did we land here? Because this is a strategy that we put in place. I heard when I first got elected, didn't always like to hear it, but at the same time, it's worth saying that, it took a lot of deliberation and a lot of councillors around the table that were not here any longer that worked with us, those of us that returned, and we put this in place. I feel like we're gutting it, and without, as Councillor Austin said, without really our due deliberation, our insight into it. This is I think it's putting staff in a very, very difficult spot today. I have no problem with the thought process that is happening with it if it's put on the floor, but I'm a little worried about where we might go with it today without really having all the information. That's all. I appreciate for the communities the work that's being done, and as well as I agree with Councillor Young that the determinants of health are very clearly every government level, in my opinion's mandate and lane. We're providing parks. For what? Peace, tranquility, exercise, opportunities to let go of life sometimes. I mean, these are recreation parks. And when I think about the gardening, the gardening that I do. I go out into my garden and the rest of the world just kind of disappears. A lot of people in our city don't have the opportunity to do that. So these community gardens fulfill that. It also fulfills opportunities for people to know that even though they may have a hard time with the grocery bill at the end of the day, they can go to their community garden or their community fridges and get fresh produce. Those are all the types of things that are at play. And yes, there's an awful lot of organizations out there that are doing some of the work, but this is us helping to facilitate the work that's happening so it can be more useful to us as we deliver our programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to come from a perspective of where I grew up and where my community is. The north end of Halifax. People spoke to, the African heritage community or the indigenous community of that nature. But the thing is that I grew up in the north end of Halifax where we are spread all out, where not everybody's accessible to certain things like the community gardens or to even the fridge, the mobile, or the fridge that Becky was talking about, community fridge. So I know that there are some things that have come down the pipe, and it could be because of municipal funding. I don't know at this point, but what I do know is that I think that we have a responsibility here to we offered a program just like we put our foot into the homelessness encampments and things of that nature. We're still going with those. We're still going with it. So we need to continue on this path as well. I believe it's all three levels of government that need to be in the food security to offer any type of food security. So I'm hoping that thank you, Janet. Thank you so much. But I will not be supporting your motion. And I hope that you will take this seriously, and I know you all are taking it seriously. I can't say that. You all are taking it seriously, but it's more, and I'm not, everything doesn't have to be emotional for me, but some things are emotional for me. Especially when it comes to, because I've seen on a day-to-day basis, people who can't get to the grocery stores or who can't get to the food banks or anything of that. There needs to be more programming, to be honest, in my opinion. To support these folks who have accessibility issues to get to these places. You know what? I know there's a lot more that we as the municipality can do, and I totally support the Just Food program. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I am supportive of Councillor Steele's motion. I also really believe that fundamentally, nutrition, public health, these things are not within the mandate of the province, or are within the mandate of the province and not within the municipality. I think that these programs have huge value. I don't think that anybody is trying to suggest that these are not valuable programs. I think that what Councillor Steele is trying to highlight is that the municipality doesn't need to be the funder of these programs. And I think that therein lies the conversation. Are these programs good? Absolutely. There's no getting around it. These are valuable. They're arguably essential. It has nothing to do with their value. It has everything to do with where they get funded. And given that, we get told all the time, work with the province. This is what working with the province looks like, if you ask me. There's funds available to do this work from other sources. And so why aren't we leaning into those other sources? I think that that's incredibly valuable. And I would just like to say too, we talk a lot about community gardens and their value. For those paying attention, those community garden grants are out there right now. I know folks in my community who are applying for community garden grants. One is not dependent on the other. And thinking about that and thinking about all the different food security programs that exist in my district, and having no awareness of any Just Food program in a district like District 13. My question, honestly, to you is, where are you active? Like in what neighborhoods in HRM do you play the biggest role? Like, I know that when we first talked about this, I know Councillor Cuddle, you spoke a great deal about all the different food programs that exist in Spryfield. I know of many that exist in Prospect and then again in St. Margaret's Bay. I don't know where Just Food is actively operating. I understand that you do some work with Feed Nova Scotia, but I don't know what your representation looks like across the municipality. So if you could speak to that a bit, like I can't imagine that you're working on cold storage in Prospect, for example. Like where is all of this work being leveraged?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I would really emphasize that this is intended to be a regional plan. So we did do engagement across the region as the development of the Just Food Action Plan. And I'm more than willing to share the community engagement report that sort of shows all of the different organizations who were involved in writing the action plan. In terms of the services and the programs that we're looking at that would serve the entire region, I would look at the community food distribution pilot that we're working on, which is where we're moving rescued food using the refrigerated truck into community organizations that are operating. So if you have a community fridge in your area, or a food program, or a library, or an after-school program, those would be the organizations that we would be looking to serve through the movement of food.
So you don't do that right now? That's just part of your future planning?
We don't do it right now because there isn't a staff person to drive the truck.
Okay.
In terms of the virtual resources, of course, those would be available to anybody, for example, in your community who is looking to set up a community fridge. There's resources there on what's involved in that. We're also creating some tools for looking at food resources. So the mapping, of course, and emergency planning would serve your community. So we're looking at organizations in your community and mobile trucks that would serve your community in time of an event, of an emergency event. So that would support your community. Community gardens, again, part of the limitation for the number of community gardens that we have on municipal property is just because the community developers are overwhelmed with the demand that they're facing currently. So the rationale for hiring an urban agriculture specialist is having somebody within the municipality who has experience with food production, who can help to expand and grow the community gardens program, and also to provide funding to the community gardens program so that communities that would struggle the most to set up a new garden would have some funds to be able to do that, making sure that the communities that likely need community gardens the most could have that first initial sort of bump up to allow them to set up a community gardens. So the intention for most of the programs are to actually serve the entire region. They're not specifically one community. There may be a few of the pilots, like the pilots that we're working on with Feed Nova Scotia around rural bulk delivery. I think that's serving Musquodoboit Valley, Musquodoboit Harbour right now, but the intention is if we have people and the ability to leverage additional funds, we would look to roll those out in other communities as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. You come back. Councillor Gillis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's a tough one. 700,000 in the grand scheme of things, not that big of a deal in a $1.3 billion budget. Where I do have a hard time is 65% going towards salaries. To me, that's a tough pill to swallow. If I knew this 682,000 was going directly to feed people, wouldn't even be a question. Like my colleagues from Dartmouth, I too support local food security programs out there. Square Roots, I give to them for my Capital District Fund for Sackville. I support Freedom Kitchen and a few other ones through there. I'm not comfortable with that 65% salary. I don't know what it would look like. Could we maybe, if we do decide to cut this, can we maybe each one of us give a little extra through our communities, maybe through capital district funds? Maybe would that work? But But right now I'm on the fence. I do have a question for the finance guys over there. If we do decide to cut this, I'm just kind of looking at my math here, would that bring us down overall to 4.935?
So through the chair to the councillor, this might throw you off a bit, but taking this reduction won't move the rate right away, but you'll get closer to moving the rate down. So you're like within $150,000 if you take the 682,000, if you can follow that. About $1 million, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of why I
Yeah.
moved it like, point.
And our CFO also has a comment.
Yeah, thank you. One of the things I just wanted to put out there that I think might be helpful for the debate is, and this kind of came up this morning at Audit and Finance when we're talking about affordable housing grants, right? Where we say, affordable housing grants go to, projects and things, but there's also our tax relief program that helps out as well. So we currently have about $170,000 that goes directly to nonprofits that support food, with 80,000 of that being tax relief for Feed Nova Scotia. So, and then the mobile food market funding is 75,000. So it's about $250,000 sort of going to food, food insecurity in other sort of programs outside of just food. So just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gillis. Councillor Cuddle.
Oh, there's so much in this. It really does make my head swim, which I think is part of my problem here, is that I'm not just clear on our mandate and our deliverables and kind of what our core function is here, because there's so much. CFO, I'm just wondering, when you just quoted that number, did that include community grants that are awarded through the community grant program, where I know community gardens are an eligible application?
That was just for a nonprofit grants program for tax relief.
Okay, so we also, I know we have in the past, I don't know what we have currently, but I know we do have community grants for community gardens too.
We could. I'm not sure. We'd have to check on that. Letitia might know.
Community gardens aren't eligible under the community grant program?
Under the latest amendments to the community grants program, community gardens were struck from eligible applicants.
Is that because they were being put under the Just Food Action Plan? So we
Yes.
could put them back into the community grant program as an eligible expense should changes be made to this?
Through the grant, through the charity counselor. I'm not sure the mechanism of that, if it would require an amendment or if it would just be a report to council to make that change. But presumably what change gets made can get undone.
Right, okay.
Or this latest application ground. Yeah.
Right.
And our CFO has another comment.
Yeah, in our community grants program, not directly grants to community gardens, but there's another $80,000 of funding that goes towards food programs.
Okay.
Not particular community gardens, but
Right.
just for food initiatives.
Okay, so there's other mechanisms. I was going to comment to Councillor Hinch. The North End is one of the richest areas in the municipality in terms of community gardens. You have some wonderful community Hope Blooms. You have the Roby Street Garden. You have the garden up by NSCC off of Leeds Street there. It's a great one. You have the Common Roots Urban Farm. So, a long history of community gardens that have been very successful. And in other places too, in Spryfield, I have the Umlaw Garden, which is really quite magnificent. The Urban Farm Museum is another one. And, a lot of these gardens got off the ground, through community action, applying for grants, and a little bit of support from HRM. So they can happen, and I was enthusiastic to really see more support for community gardens for communities that didn't necessarily have the capacity to realize them. So there are parts to this plan that I love. There's other parts that I feel go way beyond our scope and mandate. And so I'm just some money questions. Of the 1.3 million, part of that is being funded externally. Have we leveraged grants from other? Oh, I see my time is totally up. Maybe I'll come back for that. But what
Councillor
other
Cuttle, that
grants
was
have we leveraged?
allowing you a little bit more time because Jerry took some of yours.
Right, thank you. And I'll ask this question, then I'll come back again. But what other grants have we leveraged? Is that stable funding? I mean, part of my concern is that if we approve 1.3 million, that is that that other funding, is it one-time funding? Is it ongoing funding? What happens if that funding runs out?
Through the chair to the councillor, and I'm not sure with your discretion if this is of help, but there is from the update report on the Just Food Action Plan, there is a breakdown of the additional funding that was secured at the back of that update. In terms of sort of the sustainability of the funding, some of the funds that we received sort of helped to fill in the gap for the implementation of Just Food. For example, there's 75,000 from Medivie, which has helped to support the Food Policy Alliance, the Indigenous Working Group, the African, Nova Scotian, and Black program. So, and it looks likely that may be an annual fund. So there's a little bit of support there. But the majority of funds that we were able to secure this year are really for additional projects that were not anticipated as part of Part B, but were an opportunity for us to get additional funding to support our emergency food planning. So this is the funding that we've received from the province for the development of storm kits utilizing local food, and the development of, it's a feasibility study for looking at the scaling up and the scaling out of off-grid cold storage, so that there could be the potential to have off-grid cold storage in Prospect and other communities across our region. So those are one-time pockets of funding that, again, require people power and the relationships and connections we've made in community to be able to realize. So there is some funding that's come from Nova Scotia Health Authority that's been used for some of the engagement components of Just Food and the African, Nova Scotian, and Black food programming, like purchase of blenders, for example. Then there's the Innovation Lab at Feed Nova Scotia. So they've been funding that for the development of those pilots for the rural bulk delivery and the social supermarket. And again, our support from that has really been an expertise and connection to our networks and resources to support that. But they've funded that, and I think there's the potential that they would continue that project. But again, that's outside some of the core deliverables for Part B, as was approved by Council last year.
Thank you, Councillor Cuttle. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. And so I really just want to emphasize, so in my district, I can think of two projects that come to mind on the Dartmouth Common that had community engagement and buy-in, right? We created a disc golf course and we did a splash pad there, and there was lots of community involvement for that. We also have a garden, community garden, and an oven and an orchard. So why would it be that we wouldn't support recreation? Because I mean, gardening is recreation. It's building community, it's outdoor exercise. It ticks all the boxes for what we would look for in terms of parks and recreation. So that isn't not within our wheelhouse. That is very clearly part of the core stuff that we do. Virtual resources. So if you go down the library, you can get help on all kinds of things. You can get help filing your taxes, which of course isn't us, your federal or provincial income taxes. So to have virtual resources to help people navigate for food Like, why wouldn't we do that when we're providing this stuff for other things? Community developers. If you want to create a nonprofit, you'll have someone like Darren Hurdle or, any of the folks in Parks and Recreation. They will help you set up a nonprofit, whether it's clearly in a municipal wheelhouse or not. They'll walk you through that because we recognize that that is a benefit to our municipality to have that, to have an active and engaged community, that it's worth us having resources, even if it's not directly into our mandate. We offer community grants, and some of those grants are bang on our wheelhouse, and some of them, they're in that gray area. So we do grants. When there's an emergency, it's our police, fire, it's the Metro Transit bus that's coming. We're responding. So why wouldn't food be part of that? If we have a public meeting for a planning department, meeting for an application, what's in the back of the room? A tray of muffins and other stuff to make sure that people are not angry, besides being angry about whatever else we're trying to do, as part of that. The library, they give away tons of food. There's parts of this program that, maybe that's straying a little. But I think, if there's real deep concerns about this program, we should have a dedicated, committee of the whole, go through the program, say, what do you like that's in our wheelhouse? What do you not? There's a baby we're throwing out with the bathwater here if we got this whole program. I've heard some of the kind of things about, the program being top heavy or, salary based. Well, you need people to do work, right? Work doesn't get done by non-people. So I would just ask, because I've managed to fill up most of my time here in rhetorical flourish. I'd ask Letitia, so there's 5 people, 5 staff positions. What do they do? Because, I don't think there are positions that are created just to sit around and, take up taxpayer money. There's deliverables.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. Well, I would say with my role, basically, since I've been doing this, anything to do with food has come to me. So that's regional planning, what are the food resources in our community when we're thinking about complete communities? It's emergency planning. Do you know what Feed Nova Scotia has on the shelves? Do you know, what our community partners can do out there? So, my role has really been anything food. Just in this last week alone, I've had emails from 5 different councillors asking about food programs in their region, asking for my support for those. Just this year alone, we worked with 25 different departments and business units and municipal advisories who are asking us for help around food. The food truck coordinator is really maximizing a resource and asset that we already own. So we're maximizing the use of the refrigerated truck to bring rescued food to community organizations for their programs in non-emergency times, and then to become part of our emergency management time in emergencies, to support emergency food distribution, to mobilize community partners and supplies, and our mobile food markets to kind of support their participation. The urban agriculture specialist is to give us in-house expertise in growing food on municipal land, something we don't have. Our horticulturalists are actually trained in ornamentals, they're not trained in growing food. So really this is how do we have somebody in-house who can help to deal with the increased demand for the use of municipal land for growing food. And that includes the work that we're doing with putting in community plots in our pallet communities, etc. So somebody who has the expertise to run those urban agriculture programs. And then the other municipal position is a community food specialist who would help to respond and design programs such as the recent request for community pantries at fire stations. So somebody who could design, run, evaluate those programs, who could mobilize and look at food asset mapping for our hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessment to inform planning. So really all of the different municipal food programs that are out there, this would be somebody who could help to lead that work. Then there's the 2 roles at the Food Council. So the engagement coordinator, which is really helping to support community participation in the Food Council and mobilization of community action, who would be dedicated to seeking funding to increase the impact of Just Food and to increase the scope of the work. And then a research coordinator is the one who'd be responsible for the virtual food hub, who'd be responsible for programs like the backyard sharing, so neighbors helping neighbors. They would lead the food systems monitoring, so we know what's happening in our local food system, and they would monitor the implementation of the Just Food Action Plan and the evaluation programs.
Thank you for that. I'll just close, Mr. Chair, by saying that all of these sound like positions that have direct real-world impact and not the semblance of a bloated bureaucracy like what was suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Deputy Mayor Manzini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Austin and Councillor Cuddle both alluded to it, and there's pieces in here that do belong to HRM. So it's a little bit premature to cut the whole program based on some of the comments that are made here. Again, there's stuff in here that doesn't belong to us, and I don't think we should be working on it. So, the chances are here we are at 2:30. Most likely we're going to be here again Wednesday. Much of a chagrin, but that looks like the reality. I'm looking for some guidance here. Is there some help we can get so we can have a different kind of conversation and discussing this more thoroughly? Is there a supplementary report that could be put together and clearly what's in our mandate, what isn't our mandate, with the costs associated with the items that are within our mandate? It's just feeling a little it's premature to be saying, let's vote on cutting it, because if we cut it, did we cut out things we shouldn't have, or if we proceed, are we still allowing things that aren't in a mandate? I'm looking for some guidance here. I think it's valid points all around. So I'm not sure who's can look at Bill. I'm looking at I'm not sure. I think we need a little more help here, and it's still premature to vote on this today.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our CAO is coming up, maybe, or Mr. Moore.
Substitution.
Welcome, Kathy.
Gladly a substitution.
Thank you. Didn't mean to rudely boot the commissioner out of his seat, but I did want to share that if you're looking for more information, the information report that went, I believe, on the 18th has the full overview of the Just Food Action Plan in terms of the different program components and what's been delivered this year. That council could read and look at. We also have a report scheduled to go to council tomorrow on the food market component of the plan. So that also provides some information, though on a different aspect of the plan. So there is up-to-date information readily available right now at council's fingertips. If there's something else besides those two reports and the briefing note that is in the budget package, we'd be happy to provide it.
Yeah, Madam CEO, I'm just getting the sense that there's components of this that we want to hold on to, but we maybe haven't done our due diligence and all those reports that you mentioned to investigate it and say, well, how can we keep pieces A, B, C in here, and what will that cost? I don't have that right at my fingertips. Is there a way to do that? I see the. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Our legal counsel has a comment.
No, I don't think I can add to that in the sense of what are the purposes of municipality, but of the program and that breakdown. So there is some that discussion tomorrow. The chair was just asking me, can we defer a vote on this item? The challenge will be that there is a thought with all staff here that potentially we would have the budget adjustment list dealt with today. But I'm seeing you shaking your heads. But I'm also aware that, of the number of motions that are outstanding, it is possible. And so you can't finalize until you deal with this.
Well, I'm wondering if we can just maybe at least delay to the end of the day and see where we are. And then if we have to bring it up,
can do that.
I don't know, colleagues, what do you think? I'm just getting that sense. No,
So,
that's fine.
Deputy Mayor,
whatever folks
we
want.
can delay to the end of the day and then maybe make. Pardon? Yeah. I was. Okay. So we can delay to the end of the day, or we can go to the person who made the motion, the council that made the motion, and if it is there with the seconder, it is their desire to vote. So, Councillor Steele, to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've been waiting patiently, actually, not so much to address that, but to ask the Commissioner of Public Safety to answer my question just about timing. Because as I said, when I originally was looking at putting forward my motion, as I'd been advised as a new councillor, we couldn't do anything to impact 25-26. So my original motion was going to be for the next fiscal year, because I wanted to see kind of ongoing savings put in place, and I thought it would give us the time to notify the outside organizations. I believe I'm correct in this. We provide a contribution agreement to outside organizations to hire people. We are not the employer, but they are somewhat dependent on our money. And that's why we heard those impassioned pleas in our budget dialogue. So first I want that clarified. And then the second thing was, I thought I received the advice that it was best to come forward this year rather than next year, it was best to come forward. I always thought, well, you know, if you want to have something happen in the following year, you need to lay the groundwork. So I was trying to lay the groundwork for next year. So I just want that answered, and then I'll be comfortable saying whether I'm happy to postpone it or let's just go to the vote, because I know what the outcome will be. But I just and the other thing I'll just make is I'll really encourage. Oh, my phone's ringing. Hey, what an interesting thing. I'll really encourage every councillor here to do some homework on how they can get their pet projects in their districts funded without us being the person that does it. There's lots of funding sources out there. And many of those areas where we're talking about we're playing, we're not the leader. And everything would just continue if we weren't there. So that's the other question we need to say. If we do go through item by item, are we the leader? Is this going to continue without us? Because sometimes some of this sounds like a parade and we're jumping in front with a whistle and the parade was already going. So I just, having, visited all these organizations and dealt with North Grove and Hope Blooms and Feed Nova Scotia and all these all the harvest people and recovering food from farmers, that the fields that are left full of food because it's not cost effective for them to harvest. And there's other groups that go in and do that. We're not doing that. We're not picking up those raspberries that didn't get harvested. I've seen those fields. I've been on many of them, so I know of which I speak. And I would just encourage councillors to do more homework and read beyond what's in the reports. So.
Madam Chair, through to the councillor. Let's take a step back. So as mentioned, the Just Food Part B was approved. However, it was not, the funding last fiscal was not approved. So a portion of it was not approved. So over this present fiscal year, we had to do some juggling in relation to what was delivered and what was not delivered. HRM has 4 employees in the food program. 3 of those positions are presently vacant. If the BAL was not approved this year, then we would have to undertake a review to determine what exactly will we provide in relation to services on a go-forward basis, because the budget was built to be including the base budget and the BAL. So that would be that piece. If council was looking at the program in totality, at this point we have 3 vacant positions. There is a strong possibility that those positions would become filled on the next go forward year. We would have 4 staff persons in those positions. But those determinations would have to be made. So if that was really around the questioning of timing, is that the program as it is now, we have a staff person in 3 vacant positions. And if we're not funded for the additional funding that we would have to undertake to determine what, because we would not be able to fulfill the totality of the Plan B as presented and approved by council in 2023. It would be some subset of that based on the amount of funding available.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. There are no other names on the list, but could I make a quick comment? Quick question from the chair here. I'm just want to make sure if this gets approved, Letitia, the work that you do for HRM is invaluable. If this happens, do we lose the funding on your position or just the 3 vacant positions? Okay, Bill, sorry.
If we, that would be the substantial portion of the Just Food budget, if it was not approved.
So a substantial portion of the Just Food budget, but my question was the position that Letitia holds that does that invaluable work for us, is that in jeopardy?
I would say that the entire program would be in jeopardy.
Oh, here comes our CAO.
Just through Madam Chair to the rest of council, we generally wouldn't talk about personnel matters without being in camera, but I will say that Letitia is a permanent employee of the municipality, and even if council decided that something was happening different with this position, there would still be a home for a very valuable permanent employee like Letitia at the municipality.
Thank you, Madam CAO. I apologize. I should have phrased that a little bit differently, and it was just that the position and the role that she plays in food security for HRM, that position. So my apologies, Letitia, if it felt like I might have put you in a bad spot there for a moment. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question to Letitia is, how do you feel about this program, and what would happen if this program did go away and you had to be moved somewhere else? Can I ask, how would you feel about this program? Or how do you feel about this program? Can I ask that question? I can't ask that question?
I believe it might.
It might what?
Letitia, your comfort level in answering that, but I feel like that might be putting you in a bit of a bad
then that's
spot.
fine.
I think the CAO is
The
coming
CAO
up.
will speak.
I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Thank you, Madam CAO. So if we go back to the Deputy Mayor's
So she said
question
it's not
to
in
the
it.
mover, Councillor Steele, on whether or not you want us to vote or delay to the end of the day.
I think it's the will of the table that we vote now and get it done, get the decision made. I mean, unless if anyone wanted to defer because more homework was required, but I think people all know where they are, and I'm kind of get it done, just do it sort of person.
Thank you. So the call for the question. Oh, the motion will be on the screen momentarily.
Do you want to go ahead? or-
Yep, you can go for it, John.
Okay. So voting yes would incorporate a reduction of 682,500 in the budget there, which is a reduction in the funding of the Food Action Plan. Voting no would leave it in.
So we're voting. Members of council, a tie means that the motion has failed. And so now we're going to take a break. It is 2:44. We will come back at 3 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. And next counselor on our list is Counselor Hinch.
I'm gonna take my.
Okay, thank you. Then Counselor Hartling.
Oh, I'm good? I was all ready and now I'm not ready anymore, Kathy. All right. I move that the Budget Committee amend the motion to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize the 2025-26 operating budget, capital budget, and four-year capital plan for Regional Council incorporating BAL. Hold on. BAL 004, increase staffing by 10 FTE firefighters and include a one-time increase of $150,000 for required uniforms and personal protective equipment as outlined in briefing note BN 004.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Mancini. Counselor Hartling.
Thank you very much. I think that everybody can understand that the budget increase of $215,000 is very reasonable and highly negotiable. That's an easy number for us to take in for 2025, 2026. I think that people understand that the echo that this will bring to future budgets is meaningful. Having said that, I think that if we look at the numbers, I think that it is absolutely required, and I feel just so compelled to bring it to the table. I'm actually gonna. I got a bunch of feedback about this beyond what's just in like the briefing note. If I could just point out that the National Fire Protection Association, the NFPA, set staffing and response time targets to help firefighters and protect lives, property, and each other for an urban residential fire at a 2,000 square foot home. The NFPA calls for a first truck on scene within 4 minutes, 17 firefighters on scene within 8 minutes. HRM's own standards is 14 firefighters in 11 minutes, and in 2024, HRFE met that target only 54.5% of the time. I think that there's lots of room for improvement here. For 2025, what we are looking at is training, and I can't express enough for the communities that these firefighters will be represented in, the buildings and homes that are at risk without having fire protective services is just so significant and impactful. I feel compelled to put it on the floor. So I will start there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Deputy Mayor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for putting this on the floor. You know that we've had, I don't have to tell anybody in this room, but unbelievable growth over the last 8-10 years. And, you know, in many ways, even though we've been adding firefighters quite frequently, but we're still in catch-up mode. And Councillor, you know, you alluded to a response time, and many of you around the table are new at this and may not have been fortunate enough to hear the Chief and talking about response time. And so, Chief, I'm wondering if you could share with us and give a brief understanding and education, the importance of response time, the number of firefighters that are required to be on the scene to be effective firefighting, what this motion will do, and I guess part two to that, if we don't approve these firefighters, what is the potential of that, if you would mind, Chief? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome, Chief Stubing.
Thank you. Ken Stubing, the Fire Chief for Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency, through the Chair to the Deputy Mayor and the Councillor. Thank you for your questions. As alluded to, there is a lot of information in briefing note 004. I'll highlight a couple of those items and also some things we talked about during our business and budget planning, and why, in fact, these were offered for Council to consider on the BAL. And I would start by saying the intention of this BAL item is to align these 10 additional firefighters to coincide with the finish of the construction of the West Bedford Station. And those 10 firefighters would provide 2 FTEs 24 hours a day.
takes 10 people to cover the 365 days a year for staffing, and they are also supposed to align with the 10 firefighters that are already in the proposed budget by the CIO. So certainly we thank the CIO for supporting those 10, which would then create a crew of 24 hours a day to staff that new station and not require us to move firefighters from other stations. I would say what we talked about in the budget presentation that might not be top of mind is we had previously had a motion by the deputy mayor, and actually a very similar motion by the previous councillor for your area councillor, asking HRFE to do an in-depth analysis on our response capacity based on community risk like wildfires and things that are outside the urban core, along with growth against our emergency response time targets and our ability to respond with our current resources, both career and volunteer firefighters. Those motions were asking for reports coming to council, and you might recall that when you started the new council, a decision was made to move some of the previous reports forward and some not forward. The reason those reports were not brought forward was because I shared with the CIO and our team that we had done a very in-depth analysis on our response capabilities as part of our accreditation exercise, which requires you to do a community risk assessment in relation to your response capacity. And the new process that the CIO has outlined is all business units, including HRFE, are required to do a 4-year resource plan. So we had done that work, and the 4-year resource plan includes these firefighters. So long story short, if our analysis that you might recall in our business and budget planning is that in 2021, that line graph that we showed you had our best response capacity at 61.27%. Despite investments in staffing, our response performance has dropped by about 6% in 2024 to 57.52%. And our assessment, based on predictive analysis with a community risk assessment and our response capacity in relationship to the growth that we're expecting with a predictive analysis tool, says that if we don't do something, our performance will drop another 10% down to about 47.99%. So we have a difficult service delivery model in that Council's emergency response time target is really for urban areas, but we also have suburban, rural, and rural remote areas that have risk factors as well, such as hospitals, old age homes. So we are always balancing where to put our staff. Council has increased staffing, but a large number of those members have gone into some of those more rural communities where we were challenged having volunteer firefighters to respond 24 hours a day. So we've had some success in those areas, but where we continue to struggle, and as outlined with our response capacity, is in the urban core, where the growth and the congestion are absolutely impacting our ability to get firefighters to the scene. So this BAL item is intended to align those additional firefighters with the opening of that station, and thereby reducing our need to go somewhere else to find those staff to address our performance gaps. So now that I've talked to you a little bit about why they're there, I'll ask Deputy Chief Andrews to talk about what happens if they're not there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through to the Deputy Mayor. The first thing I'll say is that we are very well positioned to provide evidence and data-informed decision-making to Council, both in our reports to Council, but also in our staffing recommendations. This is done through things that we physically measure through our response time target, including our ability to form that effective response force, but also looking at community risk factors such as where vulnerable populations are located, hospitals, schools, seniors' home, tent encampments, daycares, etc. We also look at population density, which is one of our triggers that we look at when considering staffing and additional staffing, as well as where there is population growth, the existing building stock, vertical growth, and planned development. The tool the chief spoke about is called Dark Horse. It consists of a predictive analytic program that effectively we have 8 years worth of call data in there. And by having that, we are able to make tweaks to increase staff, decrease staff, move locations, consider new locations, and see what impact that would have had on our overall performance over time. So we are very well positioned to look and see what changes in staffing do and the predicted impact they'll have on performance. Back in September of 2023, Council did invest in increasing additional staffing in the Bedford-Sackville area. We use this Dark Horse tool to look at where would be the optimal location to provide that staff. And from that, we learned that having 2 firefighters on a secondary unit in Bedford and 2 firefighters on a secondary unit in Sackville was the optimal deployment to provide the best performance in that area. Our council has before it, as the chief has mentioned, a proposal in the budget for an increase of 10 firefighters, and we have before us here an additional request of 10 firefighters for a total of 20. And we understand that that is a lot. And the rationale is that this station in West Bedford that has been planned for more than 4 years is scheduled to open in the spring and summer of 2026. As the chief mentioned, it takes 20 firefighters to staff a station over 4 shift patterns. So the current 10 proposed in the budget is sort of lacking by 10, to which we would have to look at options for how we could staff this. So with the approval of the BOW, that would allow us to open this West Bedford station with no other impacts to service or staffing in any location. This will increase performance, as the chief has indicated, particularly in Bedford and Sackville, but also overall. It also addresses some of the concerns we have with vertical growth in that particular area and the population growth in that particular area. The other option that HRFE could consider if this BAL adjusted item was not supported would be to reallocate firefighters within our system. And we would do this in one of 2 methods. One, we could look to the career additional 2 staffing that we have on a secondary unit at the Station 8 Bedford Station and move them up the hill to combine them with the 10 in the proposed budget to achieve this. The other thing that we could do is we could look at the current staffing in our ePlatoon model, which is the Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. in the morning till 5:30 at night, which is intended in our rural communities so that when volunteers leave their communities and then return at night, the response in that particular area turns to a volunteer-only response. The last thing I will say is that each and every one of these firefighters is boots on the ground. I know that's a recurring theme in the discussion this year. Although we use the words firefighters, we're really talking about a supervisor, a captain on every fire truck, a driver to drive that, and 2 firefighters. Both of these options, including the BAL, support the opening of the West Bedford Station to varying degrees. No volunteer, this does not impact in any way our volunteer complements, nor does it replace. In fact, we have a plan to grow our volunteer complements in Bedford, West Bedford, and Hammonds Plains to facilitate and back up this career staffing that we are considering here today. It does seem like a small number, and the reason why this is a small number is because the one-time expense of to staff and equip these folks, and what you're seeing there in the budget, the additional $65,000 is essentially approximately 6 weeks of a fire recruit's salary, as we would probably onboard these folks in late February, early March of 2026, put them in our recruit training program, to which they would graduate in June and align to be employed and staffed in the summer of 2026. As our colleagues in finance have aptly identified, small one-time and a small impact in the 2025-26 budget, but of course an ongoing expense going forward for these FTEs. The last part of the question, I guess, is sort of in terms of response time. This was an area for which we were not hitting our response time targets, and an area that this staffing will certainly take us from seeing a decline in our performance to a modest increase in our response time targets. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. It's a bit to the side of the budget for the additional firefighters. I'm concerned about the equipment they're wearing and the PFAS-free equipment, possibly to get rid of those forever chemicals that may be impacting the health and safety of our firefighters. Is that equipment currently available, readily available, and what's the plan on that?
Thank you for the question through the chair to you, Councillor. Certainly PFAS and trying to protect our firefighters is one of our #1 priorities in our strategic plan. The challenge we have is although some people are opting into PFAS-free gear, the concern in some camps is that they're concerned about the consequences of the quality of the thermal protection and the ability for firefighters to breathe. I can let you know our JOSH committee right now, our Joint Occupational Health and Safety Committee, is looking, they've put out a RFI, request for information, to see if any vendors can currently meet our specifications, which are considered to be an industry best specification for protecting firefighters with PFAS-free gear. And we expect to hear that information shortly, and if we can do that, we will pivot to that. If we can't hit those specifications but can get PFAS-free gear, we got a tough decision to make in conjunction with our Health and Safety Committee. We are required to use our Occupational Health and Safety Committee for assessing PPE. So that information is currently being worked on.
Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I note that everything that you've talked about so far is largely based on data-driven analysis. I mean, you're really relying on your long experience and long history with firefighting and understanding. Even just the term effective firefighting lends itself to suggest that there's data backing that up, because you have a sense of what's needed when you hit the scene. And what this request seems to be intended to do is give you capacity in your new station that then translates into maintaining capacity in other stations where you're not having to pull staffing from other areas in order to try to finish out the complement that you have for this new station in Bedford. With the new station in Bedford, my understanding, is it true that that is also intended to be a composite station? What's the staffing plan to bring along the volunteer force that will also wind up manning that station?
Madam Chair, through to the councillor. Thank you for that question. We have two sort of volunteer complement standards. One for our urban stations, for which we have capped them out at 20, and one for our rural, where we have up to 35 volunteers as the rural station in a composite station complement. So our plan, and we've already done this data review, is to look at where our volunteers live. And as we reboundaried the districts, including the new West Bedford station, we looked for where those firefighters currently live, and based on that analysis, and including the Hammonds Plains, which we redistrict some of that, we looked at where those firefighters are, and we looked at where we would like the complements of those stations to be in the future, and seeing where we need to make some growth. So we will need approximately 5 in the Bedford area, approximately 5 to 10 in the new West Bedford area, and we'll actually decrease a little bit as the Hammonds Plains station converts from a rural composite station to a sort of a career composite station that has 24/7 staff there.
Right, so you're doing some capacity juggling in order to ensure that you have the right number of people for the Bedford station on the volunteer side, and then you'll backfill where you've pulled from in that respect as well?
That's absolutely correct. And we know where we need to grow and by how much, and we have a plan to move forward with aligning that growth by increasing capacity on our volunteer recruit training programs to align so that when these stations open up with career staff, they're also supported with a robust and healthy volunteer complement.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Morse. Oh, Chief, did you want to add to that? Sorry.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, just to add a little bit more information. The West Bedford station is obviously going to be located between two composite stations, Station 50 when it's staffed, when the renovations are done, and Station 8 in Bedford. Both of those volunteer complements, as identified, actually have people who will live in the station. So the good news about this station, and that includes firefighters and officers and driver operators, they are some of the folks who will be living in the new West Bedford station are eager to be part of the new station. So the good news is we actually bring experience with those firefighters as opposed to starting a station from the ground up with volunteers, which is very difficult to get that experience. And this new station in West Bedford is the first net new station to our inventory in HRM since amalgamation. So although we've built new fire stations, they have typically been for a station that was at end of life and replaced, or in some cases, actually two stations turned into one. So this is really the first net new station to our complement since amalgamation, despite the growth.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand why you need an appropriately staffed station, and now that we're going to have the new station next year. So my question is more around timing of the budget decision here. Typically, we wouldn't approve new positions that would start like in a future year, halfway through in July. So why are you asking for us to approve all of these positions when some of the people won't start working until next summer? Or sorry, it's summer of 2026, I mean.
Thank you. Good question through the chair to the councillor. This is our historical practice that we basically have classes that run 4 months in length for recruit training, whether they be career or volunteer. Our volunteer are nights and weekends, and our career firefighters are in training kind of Monday through Friday. There's some exceptions to that, but for 4 months of the year, we train career firefighters. So basically, if you take the holidays, the festive season over Christmas and New Year's and some other religious holidays during that period of time, and the summer, that basically says we can run 2 4-month classes per year. So one of those 4 months, so this is an important piece to understand, one of those 4-month periods is meant for training for retirees. So when we lose firefighters through retirement, we automatically have a recruit training class that maxes out at 20 people. So typically we run our recruit classes in groups of 4, no less than 12 or 16 firefighters to get good kind of numbers for training and max them out at 20. So if one of those 4 month periods for recruit training is really just to train for retirees, we have a maximum ability to train in any given year of 20 firefighters. So they typically start in February and then hit the streets in the end of June. And this station is going to finish, at the end of June, July, or August. So they will be trained and ready to go into the station along with the other 10 firefighters that are currently already earmarked to go in our budget. It won't be the people themselves because they'll go to a different station, but the additional FTEs would allow us to staff that station. So the fall station, or the fall training program, which starts in August, is really meant for retirees. That's why they're only a partial year.
I'm sorry, I'm still missing something. Do we pay these trainees?
Yes.
And they're paid full-time salary.
Yes, well, they're about a 50% cost of a first-class firefighter. That's why every year the cost goes up. It's very similar to a skilled trade. So when you're a journey person, you get a full journey person's rate. But if you're an apprentice, you start at a partial rate and work your way up. It takes 4 years to become a first-class firefighter.
So the funding that's being asked for is to pay for those apprenticeship trainings for the firefighters.
They'll be literally sitting in a classroom getting trained, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Cottle.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, so, you know, I think over the past 4 years, we've been very supportive of playing, as Councillor Mancini mentioned, catch up with fire in hiring a large number of new full-time employees underneath your department, and you know, I feel really good about that. I think that, you know, we had to do it, and now we're experiencing a growth spurt again, and so it feels like we're playing catch up again. The part I had questions around the timing of this as well, just starting so soon before the facility is actually going to come online. And you've explained a little bit about that in terms of the training cycle. You know, the part of this, though, is that, you know, growth is kind of meant to pay for growth, right? That as we grow as a city, you know, we need to be, you know, taking the future growth, paying for the service needs of that growth. And, you know, I think when I look at West Bedford now and all the development that's happened out there, and as you noted, Chief Stubing, you know, the change in built form that's happening out there. You have height, you have multi-unit buildings out there in a large number that we never had before. We have buildings over 10 stories in a number of places now that we never had before out there. We have density like we've never seen before in that part of the city, as well as the corresponding traffic that goes with that density. So, I mean, there's certainly change that is happening. There's certainly growth that has happening and continues to happen. But my challenge with this as an over in this year, even though it's not significant, is that it does lock us in to future budget implications. And I almost wish that on our little budget calculator, when we approve things, it wasn't just the impact on the budget this year, but what it's going to be next year as well, and the year after, because we don't get to revisit this, right? It's baked into the budget next year, and there's not the opportunity to kind of review or revise. We approve it and we move forward. I'm not sure how you feel about future calculators there, Mr. Blackwood. But you know, even in the briefing notes, sometimes the full implications of the things we're approving this year aren't necessarily spelled out for what we're going to have to deal with next year. If you know, you explain that if we don't approve this, that we'll have to look at taking, you know, moving firefighters from other fire stations to this one. I was beginning to understand that a little bit, but I'm not really sure of the implications of all of that. And if we are approving 10 this year, I mean, if we were to reduce these 10 that are on the table, but, you know, we're discussing right now, to 5, you know, would that still, I mean, what would the implications of that be?
Madam Chair, through to the councillor, thank you for that question. You know, in preparation for this budget process, we were prepared with sort of a 0, a 10, and a 20 options for council. Certainly the 0 option and trying to open the West Bedford station would require us to reallocate firefighters from elsewhere in our system. And as I tried to articulate earlier, is we have invested in the Bedford-Sackville area with a secondary unit with 2 persons on it in Bedford as well as in Sackville. So the zero option to open this station with no net new firefighters would be to take those existing firefighters at Station 8 and 9 and move them to the new West Bedford station. We could also look at the other options, such as moving some of those, or some number of those, from other rural e-platoon stations to achieve that staffing. The zero option sort of moves back our performance, I would suggest, particularly in the Bedford-Sackville area, which we have made effort to try to improve performance, although we're not seeing the results we would hope. The 10 option is sort of a status quo to sort of hold the line where we are, and the 20 is sort of to move forward with making some improvements with staffing, if that answers your question.
Yeah, that does. Thank you.
Madam Chair, through you, just to build on that, if you don't mind, just to be clear, the policy decision that I feel council has made for us to guide our decisions on where to deploy our resources are in your administrative order and in our emergency response time targets. The emergency response time targets speak specifically to urban densely populated urban areas with response time targets for that. Separate from that, we do community risk assessments, which have led to staffing in Sheet Harbor and Middle Musquodoboit, particularly communities with hospitals and old age homes that have significant risks. We have daytime staff stations that are career firefighters staffed Monday through Friday to support our volunteer sector. The first place we would typically look to address these staffing concerns are probably some of those stations where there's a healthy complement of volunteers. So, you know, we will certainly go back, whatever council's decision is, and figure out whether or not we should look to relocate those firefighters from those daytime stations. We can list some that we've already done the analysis on. Based on population density, call volume, and number of volunteers they're able to respond if you don't have the career folks there Monday through Friday. So it's a bit of an art, but the clearest direction council's given to us for staffing is on urban areas, and then community risk is something we do in addition to that.
Thank you,
That
Councillor
provides
Cuddle.
some clarity.
Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day, Chief Stubing. I just have a quick question. So for future FTE projections for the same area for fiscal 26-27, is it going to be a similar amount or less?
Sorry, can you restate your question, Councillor?
So I'm just wondering about any future projections for FTEs in the same area for 26-27. Is it going to be another 10, do you think, or less?
The original, if I'm following through the chair to you, Councillor, if I'm following your question clearly, the original budget proposed by the CAO has 10 positions in it. Those 10 equate to 2 people 24 hours a day. If we get these other 10 in addition to that, they will be earmarked to go to that station as well. And that would allow us, and they would stay there forever along with a volunteer complement. Well, when I say forever, until council makes any other choice. And it would allow us to not have to redeploy firefighters from our daytime staff stations or potentially station 8 or 9. But what we've come to learn in our assessment on our response capacity and our downwards trend on our performance is we need to have more stations that have 2 truck responses. The only 2 we currently have are Station 3 in Halifax, Station 12 in Dartmouth, and then we established Station 8 and 9 a couple years ago. And the reality is we feel we can't move away from that second truck station down in Sackville and down in Bedford. This would allow the station to open up and still leave one station in that area with a pumper and an aerial or a TAC unit with 2 people on it 24 hours a day.
So with that new station, that would cover Lucasville as well, right?
Yeah, it would back up of Hammond's Plains. So it would respond in West Bedford. It would back up Hammond's Plains, which is now an urban area as well as Bedford. Our stations move to anywhere they're needed. So Lucasville, and we would also see it going out towards Knightsbridge at Station 7, which is another single truck station.
Okay, thank you.
Our CFO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so to Councillor Young, to your question on FTEs, if you look at the briefing note, the last page, so there was 91 FTEs added to the fire service over the last 5 years. So we're averaging, around 20 new firefighters a year. And I think Councillor Cottle, to your question, the financial impacts are right in the briefing note for the future years on adding the 10 firefighters for this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
So Jerry, would that include filling in for when the people retire too, or is that just an ongoing basis?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, no, these are net new positions. So baked into the budget is retirement. So when I retire, you will hire a new fire chief, and that will not be a new FTE. Same would apply for the firefighters. The only thing I would add to the CFO's comment is some of these positions are not firefighters. There's a big portion of these that went to the fire prevention branch because we were not able to fulfill our legislated responsibility for inspections, and some other positions. But the vast majority of them have been firefighters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Deputy Mayor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's interesting, Jerry, thanks for sharing that. 91 FTEs, on average about 25 firefighters per year. But remember, we've also added almost 20,000 people each year. So we are adding those firefighters still in the catch-up mode. Chief, I'm wondering if, again, there's been lots of conversation about when you're backfilling, and can you, maybe to help people, let's look back 2 years ago, which is fresh in most of our memory. We had the wildfires, and then we had that huge fire, the Wag-Waltic. Could you just very briefly describe, what's the chess game that you're having to take place? Because then the other fear is, Chief, that what happens if we would have had a third major event on that same time? And so that most of us don't even realize that goes on. We call 911, your folks show up. That's all we care about, which is right. But if you could describe that chess game, because I think that's critical in having an effective firefighting. Maybe that's a Peter question. Yep.
Madam Chair, through to the Deputy Mayor, thank you for that question. I think that particular fire and that particular event both challenged our organization immensely, but also exposed the strength of our composite model. So during those times, we have approximately 100 firefighters on duty on any given day, to which we would relocate apparatus to best effect. So if we have 5 trucks assigned to a small fire, we would relocate and reposition apparatus so at the next call we would get there in the best timely manner we could. The strength of the composite model in this particular case is that during the 7 days of the Tantallon wildfire, we were able to draw upon our volunteer firefighter base as well as our career members on overtime to deploy an additional 100 firefighters each of those days to achieve the mission of that wildfire. So we have some dynamic positioning in the moment at any given day based on where the apparatus need to be for best effect, and we have surge capability through the strength of our composite model to deploy as well as the municipality offered an opportunity for volunteers that are working for the municipality to be freed up from their day job to attend those emergencies. So we have both dynamic and surge capability, and is one of the strengths of our composite model.
Yeah, our growth has definitely added to the complexity of effective firefighting, for sure. I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor St. Amand?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to build off of the Deputy Mayor's thought there with the growth that we're experiencing. Can you speak to, at least in general terms, what are some of the pressures on recapitalization that we as a council will wind up facing as the firefighting service grows? I mean, we've made effectively the number of firefighters that we're being asked to consider with the BAL has a lot to do with the fact that we've already made a capital expenditure in going forward with the new station. And so commensurate with that, there has to be some additional pressures for recapitalization in the form of fleet expansion and other types of expenditures that will wind up coming before this council, if not in the next budget year, the budget year after that, et cetera. So do we have a forecast for what the growth of the firefighting service will wind up bringing back to council for consideration in terms of investments that will wind up then having to be made to support them?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. So capital investments for the station are about $40 million. That is largely for the fire station itself because it is a major urban station, meaning we want to be able to run at least 2 crews full-time out of that station at some point over its 50-year life. As well as a volunteer complement. So it is not a smaller station like we have Station 62 as an example, which is meant for a daytime staff station and a volunteer complement. So this would be more akin to Station 12. It's a major station, but it is also going to be the new home of our logistics that was working out of 2 different locations, and fire prevention that was working out of 2 locations, as well as our administration, which was working in a different location. So it will see some efficiencies there. As far as some other capital expenditures, the fleet has already been planned for an expansion for adding additional apparatus to this station to go live with the new firefighters. And we have worked with Fleet to do an assessment on the age of the fleet, largely because of feedback from the fire underwriter survey and some work we did with them on the state of the fleet and some of the challenges we experienced when we pressed trucks into service during the incidents that the Deputy Mayor talked about, where the older your fleet is, the more unreliable it is without breakdowns. So Fleet has worked with us to develop a longer-term fleet replacement strategy. Having said that, tariffs may very much affect that cost and that program, but certainly this station has been fully costed when it comes to our capital expenditures, and we're trying to staff it the best way possible. The other thing I would share is historically, when we used to come here, we used to talk about potentially reallocating firefighters from daytime staff stations to address bigger community risk, like those communities with the hospital and old age homes, and our densification in the core. Because just to respond to a single family house dwelling, we basically have everybody in the peninsula respond to that call, which means your surge capacity or your depth for the next response is drawing on somebody 4, 5, 6 stations away in order to go to that call. So what we're finding is our volunteer complement is helpful, but for a quick response in the downtown core, we need more stations that have more than 1 truck in them. That would allow us to deal with the increase in call volume that we're seeing. It would not totally wipe out our response capacity for a single family dwelling and give us more capacity for the big vertical densification and institutions that we're seeing an increase in.
Right. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Our CFO has a comment.
Thanks. And not to prolong the debate, but I think to Councillor St. Amand's question about operating costs. So if you look at page B15 of your capital book, there's $600,000 of annual costs. When the new fire station opens up, the cost to run that annually are $600,000. So that cost will kick in 2026, 27. So that's just like one of the things, when you add a new asset, you're taking on more operating cost as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. You could come back. Councillor Cottle.
Oh, up again so quickly. I just have a question about process here. And I mean, you know, we've had a budget presented to us requesting 10 new firefighters, full-time firefighters, that, you know, I'm assuming in recommending those 10 that considered risk, it considered need, it considered, you know, the growth of the city, and put forward a recommendation to responsibly meet those needs. I don't know if anyone can comment, but I mean, we've recommended 10, and now we have an additional 10. And, you know, being told that if we don't have the additional 10, we have additional risk. We are not, you know, additional challenges reaching our service standard and things like that. So, I mean, like, you know, we have the 10 baked into the budget as it is now. Does that not mean that we've considered our risk and we've put forward a budget proposal to ensure that we're meeting our obligations?
Through the chair to you, Councillor. I did talk about this real briefly in our budget presentation, but it was kind of a speed round, so I'll kind of refresh your memory. When we did our resource planning for 4 years, and I certainly did share this back when we did the work with the CIO, and it was validated by our peer assessment team as part of our community risk and response analysis, is based on that trajectory of growth and our performance as we were projecting with the Dark Horse tool. Basically, there were there are 3 options we worked out. What happens if we don't get any more firefighters and we don't move any firefighters from any of the other stations? Our performance would drop yet another 10%. If we got 55 firefighters over 4 years, and we've put, you know, we split them up over 4 years. So 10 the first year, I think it was 20 the second, 15 the third, and fourth.
I think I got this. This was the 0, 10, and 20, where the 10 was status quo and the 20 was looking for improvement.
Correct.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was just referring to your ask for over, but that was looking at both what is presented in the budget and then the improvement was an additional 10, the additional 10. Okay. I caught that, I just misunderstood it. Okay, so if we just approve the 10, we will be maintaining the status quo in terms of our service delivery. And I got that. I think, you know, based on that and the concern that this is 4 years out, I'm going to go with the recommendation that was given in the original budget. For now, I think we're all trying to be cautious here with our budget. We are approving 10 new firefighters, so it's not like we're not, you know, approving any more. And we're looking at maintaining the status quo, which I believe is a good benchmark for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cottle. Deputy Mayor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, you know, I think I heard from the Deputy Chief and the Chief very clearly, if we don't approve these 10 firefighters, it means there's a potential that it's going to have an impact on our response time. We heard the numbers already, that we went from 61.2% and then we dropped down to 57.7%, and potentially we could drop down to 47.7%. something percent. So that's my concern. So, and I get the financial concern here. I truly do. However, you know, a properly staffed fire department, that's not a luxury. It's a necessity as we grow as fast as we're growing. We're talking about a properly staffed fire department and effective firefighting services that we're protecting residents, property, and our firefighters. And so I encourage your colleagues to support this motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Saint-Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got two things. So one is just to respond to the last little bit of the discussion. I think the idea that, you know, adding the 10 that we've already approved holds the line can be undone by the fact that we didn't stop growing when those 10 were identified as needed to maintain the status quo. On top of that, we've got a new station that's going to open up before our next budget process. And that new station requires bodies. And if we have to pull those career firefighters from other stations in order to staff that station, then we can logically expect a difference in the response time potentially at any of the stations from which we have pulled those career firefighters in order to staff this new one. So that would be my concern in not having the budget already allocated to ensure that that station is adequately manned right from the very beginning. The question that I wanted to follow up with Jerry on was just whether or not over the past several years when we've got these, I mean, obviously they weren't predictable at the time, but when we look back at the historic averages of how many firefighters we've added in subsequent years, is there a predictable pattern of capital investment that is tied to the expansion of the number of firefighters that we have, understanding that net new hasn't happened in terms of fire stations, but other equipment has been acquired? So we had a couple of, at least 2 fire trucks, I think, that were bought last year, or maybe it was in the prior budget year. So was that predictably connected to the number of net new positions that we had within the fire service?
Thank you. I would say, you know, with respect to capital investment for new firefighters, it's twofold, and I'll ask, you know, my staff to jump in or anybody else on the capital project. But adding 10 new firefighters to improve a service, then that comes with an equipment complement, right? Doesn't always necessarily mean we need to provide a new apparatus, right? It's more, I think your question is more in line is, when we build a new, you know, bricks and mortar station to address population growth and firefighter coverage, then you look at, well, the firehouse needs, you know, apparatus, or it could be in an area where it needs like an aerial or something, which is a much more expensive piece of equipment. So it kind of varies depending on the situation. When you're adding bricks and mortar, obviously you're going to be adding more firefighters and you're going to be adding more apparatus. And Chief, I'll let you jump in there if you have anything to add to that.
Madam Chair, through to the councillor, thank you. So I think the first thing I would say is that status quo is sort of declining performance. We're often trying to play catch up, and it's hard to predict in advance and align staffing to make a positive effect on performance. It's also not unusual to onboard mid-year, as we're proposing in the budget. The last thing I'll say is sort of, it's about alignment, that we need to align not only the FTEs we are requesting, but also new apparatus, as well as maintaining the current state of the apparatus that we have. So there's recapitalization of our fleet. There's also expansion when that is required. We have a process for that. We also have equipment replacement. So when you have new trucks, and the life cycle of the equipment on fire trucks is about the same as the truck. So after 20 years, the equipment that is on the truck needs to be replaced and reinvested in as well. And the last bit we didn't touch on, perhaps to your question, was about technology. So we have things within our technology roadmap that also are striving to improve our performance, such as station alerting, that allows a bit to cut into some of that dispatching time to get that notification to the stations sooner. EVL, that's that vehicle locating piece. We have invested in that through corporate fleet so that we move to a world where the closest fire truck is sent to a call no matter where they are. We don't currently have that. There's the data terminals, so there's also a technology piece to this, radios, etc. So we do our best to align and the staffing with the station build, with the equipment required, with the apparatus required to deliver that service and improve performance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Hartling.
Yeah, if I could just follow up, because to Councillor Cuddle's point, she's like, if we maintain the hiring trajectory of just the 10 and not the 10 new additional ones, it kind of implies like, you know, that we were doing a great job and that we were achieving our own targets. And I'm actually pointing to, again, information that was already put out by Halifax professional firefighters. Again, our own standard is not the national standard, and in 2024 we only hit that target 54.5% of the time. So I would submit that, you know, saying that we are doing a good job in terms of our hiring is and just maintaining the 10 that were already included in the budget. I think that there's lots of room for improvement there, and perhaps as the councillor of District 13. Where the Tantallon wildfires were will forever impact that community. I'm so painfully aware of the fact that minutes matter. These, you know, firefighters, they protect our people, they protect our property, and they protect our environment. If that isn't in our core service delivery, then I don't know what is. And I know that when I put this on the ballot, I mentioned it then, and I will bring it up again. You know, in a world where climate emergencies are the new normal, asking taxpayers to consider the cost of firefighters in their taxes, I think, quite frankly, it's not even a sell. Again, I am looking at the Insurance Bureau of Canada, where they noted that 165 million of insured damage happened over the course of the Tantallon wildfires. When I was at Divert, Nova Scotia, just on Thursday, where they were talking about cleanup after these big climate emergencies, 2.4 tons of ash needed to be cleaned up from Tantallon alone. It simply can't be overstated how important it is that we properly staff and maintain our firefighters, and I ask for your support in this budget adjustment item. I hope we can find savings somewhere, Mayor Fillmore, but I just believe in my core that this needs to happen for all communities, West Bedford and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. The question has been called. Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Members of council, it's 4 o'clock, and I would just like to ask if anyone has a hard stop. We're supposed to finish at 5. Would you like to consider powering through? I don't want to stop any conversation or anything like that, but anybody have a hard stop? We're scheduled to go to 5. I can't hear you.
You're asking if we need a break, is that what you're asking?
Oh, what are you asking? Yeah.
I'm not asking if we wanted a break. I'm just asking, we are to go to 5, and I'm just wondering if council is considering or would like to power on through past 5 o'clock.
No.
Councillor Young, was that an emphatic no? Okay. All right, let's continue. I was hopeful. Okay. Pardon? Councillor White.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I have an under, so I hope we have a good discussion. That the Budget Committee amend the motion to direct the CAO to finalize the 25-26 operating budget, capital budget, and four-year capital plan for Regional Council, incorporating the following items from the budget adjustment list as outlined in attachment A and B. And it's from BAL 2327 parking revenue, suggesting an increase of $975,000 in revenue, which is increasing the rates in all zones 25%.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second. Councillor Cleary, thank you so very much. Councillor White.
Okay, thank you. I'm very interested in doing things with parking to improve our city. And so when I saw this on the ballot, it got my brain spinning, and I thought way too long and hard about it and got all complicated with a few of my colleagues. And finance has helped me and public works has helped me. So we're in back to a basic ask here to increase our rates 25%, which is a reasonable thing to do from time to time with parking. Yep, so I'll just lay out the three reasons why to do that, and love to hear from you what you think. Number one is just that we do I hope everybody got a chance to read that part of the BAL. We do undercharge for parking in all ways we do it. Our road space is quite expensive, as we know, and this is one way we can bring in the money to maintain our roads. Second is when the price for parking is appropriate, there's actually more spaces available when you're looking for them, so people don't stay as long when it's costing them more. So you're more likely to find a spot when you're looking for it. And then third is just to encourage people to check out other options for getting around, especially maybe locally on the peninsula. You could walk, take transit, or bike instead of driving downtown for free. So those are my reasons, and I'd love to hear what everybody thinks.
Well, this is interesting. There is nobody on the list. Here. Oh, it's just populating now. There you go. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor White. I'd like to hear from staff on this, on what their views on it are, the feasibility of this, how we compare to other cities, some of that kind of data that positions this motion.
Through the chair to the councillor, Lucas Pitts, Executive Director of Public Works. The feasibility is quite good, quite easy for us. This is just the rates at our parking machines, so we can quickly turn that around. We'd have to amend the AO, so the money allocated in the briefing note or the budget note is prorated a little bit. So comparing parking rates across the country, I don't have it at hand outside what's in the briefing note, but we generally understand that our rates are much cheaper across the board than comparable municipalities.
Thank you. And Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and thank you to Councillor White for putting this forward. I know there had been a lot of different permutations floating around on, well, how could we consider this over the last, 2 or 3 days. I have to think real hard on whether I can support it the way it's laid out here. I liked a more complicated one. Yes. Well, you can't add to it because it's an amendment, right? So I'll just say where my headspace is on it, right? You know, I'm not against the idea of raising parking, but my difficulty on it is it's a charge that is specific on the downtowns, right? Like, you know, you can park for free out at IKEA and in the business parks. And so, you know, we did hear from our business community, some of the downtown entrepreneurs. There's one or two from downtown Dartmouth that came by and took the time to present to us and, you know, talking about their tax rate. I don't think they're not going to love the idea of parking being on top of that. And so when I was thinking about like, well, what would make sense here, you know, I could be on board with this if we're either reducing the downtown tax rate and shifting some of that burden, because we do have the commercial tax tier, out to the places that don't charge for parking, so that the burden is equally spread. Or I could also go for, you know, I did see one of the other permutations, if it's okay for me to talk about it, I'm getting a head nod, about having a downtown, like, you know, the parking revenue going into a fund specifically to be reinvested in those areas, a parking benefits sort of district, which is something that other cities have done. So, you know, I could kind of go with either of those, but, you know, just kind of hitting downtown with $1 million, not having anything that then lands on you know, the competitors where there's free parking, which also tends to be where all our big multinationals are concentrated, many of our American chains. I don't know if I can do that, right? You know, I like the idea, but I'd like a little bit more of a complexity just to, you know, kind of spread this so it's not just the downtown that ends up paying. So that's my initial thought. I'm very much interested in what others have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Deputy Mayor Mancini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you, Councillor White, for bringing this forward. And it is almost $1 million, and so that's significant. You know, to build a little bit on Councillor Austin, you know, normally we would have some conversation with the bids and understanding their positioning on this, that we did have them speak to us. But also it's a communication piece. If this passes, now how do we communicate with the downtown bids? How do we communicate with the people that come downtown? Because there's a lot of stuff that we're doing that's going to improve the downtown experience. We just added more firefighters, so that's a plus. We've, you know, there's been a request for the beat cop in downtown Dartmouth and downtown Halifax, and still in conversation with that. You know, the conversation we've had around the homelessness file. You know, now that there's the day center and the civilian-led team that's going to be out there, that's all going to be a plus also. And you know, the Mayor Fillmore's desire to get rid of these encampments, providing we can find a place to put people, that's all a plus. So I'm not sure where this is. I'm looking for feedback from our colleagues around the table. You know, it's how we communicate this if we pass it, I guess, is the question that I have. So I'll continue to listen before I make my decision. Thank you.
Is there a question there for
Nope,
staff? No? Okay.
Just a comment.
Thank you. Councillor Cuddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my colleagues really hit on the point I was going to make about consulting with the bids and our downtown businesses. You know, I'm reading the briefing note here, and you know, it's talking about paid parking on Saturday. That's something we recently had a big debate about and had a vote on, and voted not to charge on weekends. If I'm correct, if my memory serves me, and to the point that Councillor Austin made about, you know, increasing fees in one area but not others. You know, we don't even really properly tax parking lots in not industrial parks, in retail parks. You know, we tax the assessment of the building, not the benefit of the parking. So there is this kind of uneven playing field that is certainly happening. And the other thing is, I'm just reading the briefing note, and it talks about how, you know, increasing parking fees would disincentivize people from driving downtown. Well, the other big piece to that is providing viable options, and in a lot of places, on weekends, for example, and even after hours, there are no busing options. They don't work. There aren't a lot of viable alternatives to driving downtown, and so I just have a hard time moving this forward without trying to address some of the other pieces, just because there is an importance to enable people to be able to drive around our city still and access businesses and support businesses and go downtown. So I can't support this in this format right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the bids have been exceedingly clear on this matter. There's no appetite from the urban bids for any monkeying around with the cost of parking or going to weekend parking. And perhaps first of all, I know there have been conversations around this council table with previous councils about this issue, and I imagine it'll come back again. But with recent hardships to local businesses with regard to the tariffs and a changing economic outlook, this certainly isn't a time where I could support inflicting further harm to downtown businesses over the bids objections. So I'm afraid I'll have to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Fillmore. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting this because I believe that the bids also ask for more of a police presence. So how are we going to provide more police presence in our downtown core areas if we don't have alternative funding sources? The last been having a cop shop in one of the, perhaps at the downtown library site as an opportunity to have that community police office and presence in the area. So we got to fund those things somehow, as well as the province now going to be providing free parking at the hospital sites. Parking is going to be at a premium around those hospitals. I can appreciate that, but the question is going to be is we still need to provide funding sources for our budgets and stuff. And also, this change might also have a bit of a modal shift to people getting on the transit buses instead. Perhaps they can go to a free park and ride terminal, park their vehicles, and take the bus in town instead as an option instead of coming downtown. So it's a difficult decision. I appreciate the economics of it for downtown parking, but I think it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hartling.
Hi, sorry, I'm just looking at the briefing note right now as well. So we are looking at increasing a profit margin of 15%. Is that correct? So, the cost of parking will go up 15%. Is 25? Yeah. I mean, I would love to say yes to this, to be honest with you. I think that this is the right move. I think that, it comes from the right place. Unfortunately, I am also very sympathetic about the fact that, small businesses in the downtown core, at this moment, I don't know that they could, or that we can ask them to take this hit given the size of it. Honestly, 25% is so significant. Do I think it's the right move? Yes, I just don't know that it's the right move today. And to Councillor Hensby's point, just speaking as the councillor of District 13, there is no means realistically that most people and an overwhelming majority of people in my district could get downtown by any other way other than by car. And I think of those folks that need to park just to go to work. Can I ask them to pay 25% more just to go to their job every day? That's hard too. So while I absolutely appreciate this motion, I think that there's real value, and I think that this needs to be explored so much more. I feel like the timing is bad. I would love to see better transit in place before we penalize people for parking downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor, our CFO, and then Councillor Clary.
Just to clarify, Councillor Hartling's point, it's just on-street parking. It's not off-street parking that this 25% would apply, just on-street.
Councillor Clary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm happy to support the motion put on the floor by Councillor White, and I'm also happy, as Councillor Austin intimated, to have a much larger and complicated discussion around all these issues. I mean, the mayor has talked about looking for other sources of revenue besides property taxes, and every way we raise revenue, unless, you know, some multi-billionaire benefactor is just going to drop money in our lap, is going to cost somebody something around the municipality. And so I think what we need to do is look at what are our sustainability goals around environmental sustainability, financial sustainability. But I also appreciate where Councillor Hartling is coming from and a lot of suburban residents around looking for alternatives to come downtown and pay for parking if I could ride my bicycle, if I could come on a bus. And I think having a larger discussion at some point in the near future around things like I'll back up for a second. So the business improvement districts, just before I became a councillor, asked the city to look at charging small businesses a preferential rate for property taxes. And of course, we can't under our charter do that based on business size. But the provincial government at the time, gave us the ability to look at square meters of land, the size of the frontage, the amount of property you have on there, the different zones. And so we took us several years, but it took us a while. We've went to a zone model. And so the downtown, the commercial main streets have a lower tax rate compared to, say, Dartmouth Crossing or Bears Lake. And so we also have, I'm just looking at the charter here, we have the ability, you know, if you look at the size of a piece of property as a proxy for the size of a parking lot, and you say, okay, well, if they have X number of square meters of land, then that likely also means in the suburban areas they have a huge parking lot. And it might be a way for us to have a proxy on parking in the suburban business parks by saying, if you have this much land, we're going to charge a little bit more in your property taxes for that because of that. And if you're IKEA or Walmart or any of these places, then, you know, it starts to level that playing field for the downtown area when you have to pay for parking, whether it's on street or indoor, versus you go to Walmart, Superstore, et cetera, and you don't have to pay for that when you're in Bears Lake or Dartmouth Crossing. That's going to be complex. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect, but it'd be great to have that discussion and see what comes out of it, to see if we can get to that level of fairness when it comes to shopping in a more environmentally friendly way or a less environmentally friendly way. And so, you know, I would love to have those discussions. We're not going to get that done in a couple-hour meeting here as we're trying to finish the budget. And so if you're looking for an alternative, that doesn't mean you can't support what's here, but you can do both. Anyway, so I will support the motion on the floor, but I would also love to have a discussion in the near future, and then maybe for next budget as well, looking at some other models on how we can bring that parking fairness to our urban areas and our suburban areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think we probably need a broader discussion about how we can fix our parking charges and maybe correct some of the imbalances now. But if we're looking to diversify our revenue sources and come up with something fairly quickly here, if we increase our fees between Monday and Friday by 25%, what does it mean practically? It's really a fairly small user fee increase. You know, if you're going downtown to go out for lunch or something, you're going to spend $50, and so then you're going to pay an extra $1 or so because of this increase. I don't think that's going to dissuade anybody. So really what we're talking about is a small increase for users. I don't think it will have a huge impact on the viability of businesses, and it would help us diversify our revenue. So I think it should be considered by everybody as a possibility, but also in the broader context of having to have more discussions about how to do parking properly.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Steele.
Wow. Thank you, Chair, and thanks again, Councillor White. There's been lots of really excellent comments about this, and I agree with Councillor Clary and Councillor Morse. I think there needs to be a lot more discussion on this. I know the residents of District 12, a lot of them don't go downtown now for business, for luncheons, for recreation, because of the lack of parking. So I think if we layer on more costs associated with parking, it will be a bit of a disincentive. The other thing, just on the mode share shift, if we had rapid and reliable transit until 8 p.m., and also on the weekends. But there's a big difference. I live 9.5 kilometers from here. It's a nice run. It takes a long time on the buses that are not peak buses. It can take 75 minutes. I can certainly run home in a lot less than that. So I think we're probably not ready to suggest that this is going to improve mode sharing, but it may provide us with some short-term revenue. I am concerned though about our businesses. They are suffering, and restaurants in particular came through a very bad time with COVID. They've had to pay back a lot of the federal program assistance that was available now. So I'm wondering if now is the time to hit them with this. But appreciate all the comments about fairness for the the large Costco, Walmart parking lots that are free. I think we need to maybe put this on the agenda for a future council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor White, did you want to close or do you want to come back? Yep. You're good, Councillor White.
Okay, thank you. This is a great discussion, and I'm going to ask a couple questions for Lucas and Roddy to explain a little more, and also just answer to the more complicated pieces that I left out. So the tax shift that Councillor Austin brought up, I really like that, but I learned today that also, because our zones for taxing aren't very tight, that would also apply to like all the north end where there's big grocery stores, and we can't really focus on our downtown areas, is my understanding, to give a break. I would definitely be for that if we can focus it, but to my knowledge today we couldn't. The other one that I was thinking of doing is called a parking benefit district, where part of the parking or all of the parking fees go to the bids to be able to do beautification or whatever, and it's in their control, so there's a benefit to those. So that's really wanted to explore, but I feel like we weren't there yet either because we haven't had these conversations with the bids. So I'm really excited that that people, or whether or not this passes, we can go forward and learn more about parking reform, and I'll definitely come up with a motion about all the options. So for now, for Roddy and Lucas, maybe if you could explain kind of the availability we have for parking downtown, the equity piece of this, because people, when we charge it through our taxes, people that don't drive pay for this. When you charge it through parking, only people who drive pay. So equity, availability of parking, and maybe explain our zones, because I was talking about all zones, not just downtown. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair to the councillor. So with regard to your last question about the zones, those are the on-street paid parking zones, like your pay station areas. So those would be applicable primarily in and around the downtown area, over in Dartmouth, kind of in the downtown Dartmouth area as well.
Is there only 3 zones though? Is there more than that?
No, there are more than 3
right,
zones.
So how far and wide do those zones go?
Again, they would be primarily in and around the downtown. They will spread out. Okay. The zones are fairly compact.
Okay.
So there's...
So that's one piece. Thank you. And then our availability and just the equity piece around parking. Nobody? Mm-hmm. I could talk about availability.
Through the chair to the councillor. So on the equity piece, you know, in all honesty, I think that's difficult for us to answer from a staff level. We haven't really investigated that in a thorough manner. You know, there's been lots of great points, I think, brought up here in this discussion. And, you know, we are looking at a curbside management plan is in the works right now. And, you know, that plays into that as well with all the new deliveries and everything. And so, you know, we're really just at the base understanding of our parking system. And I do think, you know, a fulsome discussion about what happens on our curbsides is warranted.
Great. Thank you, Councillor White, and come back. Okay. Councillor Austin. Oh, do we have another comment from Roddy?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, your question around parking availability. I don't have exact numbers, but I know there have been studies done about parking utilization and things like that. And there's actually plenty of parking in and around downtown. It may be on street, could be off street, structured, could be private, but there's plenty of parking available. A lot of times people equate with not having a space directly in front of where they want to go with there not being any parking.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Chair, and ditto on the availability piece. I mean, it's funny, also tragic, really, when you think about it, that if you drop IKEA, the footprint of that property on downtown Dartmouth, it covers the entire business district. And nobody ever says, well, geez, there's no parking at IKEA and I have to walk so far. It's literally the same thing as walking, you know, from a spot on Queen Street over to Portland Street. But it doesn't feel that way to the end user, and it doesn't feel that way because you know there's a spot for you at IKEA. You don't know where that spot is in downtown Dartmouth. And so I think some of the angst around parking comes from a dynamic of we don't do a good job of wayfinding people to where available spaces are, where to go. We just don't. And because it's hard, because it's public usage sort of space. And I think that's where some of that comes from, more so than, you know, the actual cost of it or anything else. When people are complaining about parking, they don't know where to find it. They don't know if there's going to be a street spot. It's the uncertainty piece. Whereas, you know, there's a spot at Walmart, you know, there's a spot at IKEA, these sorts of places. So, you know, I appreciate where Councillor White's coming from and discussions that, you know, we've had on this one. I'm not going to support this, but this is committee of the whole. You could come back with another motion if you wanted to do one of the, I would support a motion that you know, looks to establish parking benefit districts, or I would support a motion that would look at the tax rate. And I take staff's point that it's not precise. We knew that when we implemented those areas in the tiers that it wouldn't be precise. You can't capture everyone. There's some small business out in the industrial parks, and there's some big business that's in the downtowns, right? We knew it wouldn't be precise, but it was kind of the best proxy we could come up with at the time. So I would support adjusting the tax rate or doing a downtown parking district, but that just a straight up that you'll pay more downtown and not out in the business parks. I just can't do that. So if you wanted to come back, if this fails with one of those alternatives, I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Would you like to close again, Councillor White? Not again. Would you like to close, Councillor White?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely excited about coming back with a motion on parking reform, and we can all get more information in here from staff. This was the starting point, and what I was talking about with the modal shift is mainly just on the peninsula. I get it. If you're driving, you're driving, and this is just an incremental increase in your fee to pay for the real cost of driving. It's just there are lots of people still drive to and from around the peninsula, and it would just be a little bit of a incentive to get another way around closer when you can walk, bike, or take transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity on the motion. Which increase are we talking about? Which time frame and that sort of thing? There were a number proposed in the ballot.
Sure. Yeah. So This is just for the Monday to Friday 25% increase, not changing the days or times or anything.
Okay,
Just the
good.
current status quo with increase for inflation.
Monday to Friday, 25%,
Yeah.
same hours.
And I think it was 2 years ago we last did this.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So seeing no further names on the list, we call for the question. Motion has failed. Now we're back on the main motion, and Mayor Fillmore.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm just looking, as soon as you can get that spreadsheet back up with the updated impacts, I'll be interested to see that. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to propose an under, but I just, for some framing, there was a moment on Friday at lunch that we had a reduced tax rate and actually a negative dollar impact on residents' tax bills. And that was a great moment. It didn't last very long. We quickly added a number of things. Now we're sitting at about $2.3 million over, and we're reaching into folks' households' pockets at the tune of $124 now with the rate increase that we have. And again, I would just say households are doing everything they can right now to do more with less. And the way things stand now, we're saying we don't need to. We're just going to ask for more from you anyway. And of course, we know that this kind of increase also gets passed on to renters. It's not limited to households. So I just want to make sure we're carrying all that in the front of our minds here while we continue, I hope, to find unders to maintain a flat tax rate. So having said all of that, I'm going to bring the topic of green bins back with the following motion. That the Budget Committee amend the motion to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to finalize the 2025-2026 operating budget, capital budget, and four-year capital plan for Regional Council, incorporating the following items from budget adjustment list as outlined in attachment A and B, and this is BAL 023.23 weekly green bin collection with the following adjustment. That summer weekly enhanced collection of Green Cart organic service be reduced by 3 collection cycles to include a start date of July 21st and a stop date of September 12th to achieve a savings of $422,430 in the 2025-2026 operating budget. And I believe that Brad Anguish is prepared to fill in some details on what that really means. What does 3 collection cycles mean? And
So the seconder by Councillor Cleary.
thanks very much.
Sorry? Oh, it was Councillor St. Amand? Sorry. I saw your hand up there, Councillor Cleary.
Madam Chair, through you. Yeah, so we've been working to just kind of give the lay of the land. I'm back. This is a perennial favorite of council. Usually starts with wiping it out and then it ends up being fully added back in, but let's see how it goes. So just to help define the mayor's motion, because it does get a little complicated at times. 3, there's technology and then there's brute force. There's 3 months of collection, July, August, September, comprises 14 weeks, right? And so, but we describe those 14 weeks as 7 cycles because you're getting 7 extra services through those 14 weeks. So right now you get organics every other week. So you get it 7 times during those 3 months. Then when we add in weekly Green Cart, you're getting another 7 service levels, right? So in the mayor's motion, just to explain that, he's basically reducing it by 3 cycles or 6 of the 14 weeks, okay? So in other words, you get, when we do weekly summer Green Cart, you would normally have 7 pickups. Now you're gonna have 4 pickups over the course. And the dates were, as the mayor laid out, 23 July to, sorry.
21st of July.
Sorry.
12th of September. 21st of July to the 12th of September. Start a little later, end a little earlier. That's what that does. Saves you $420,000. Mic drop? I'm not sure. I think that's...
Thank you. Councillor Kent is next. Oh, one more? More comments?
I apologize. The only other thing I always try to make sure everybody understands is that we have to provide 60 days notice on this to our haulers. So this is a service we have to ramp up. So basically, if it's July 21st, well, bottom line is we should be to them no later than April 30th, to be fair. That's where we should be aiming to be. We're well on track for that, but I just thought I'd add that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Kent is next.
Just a point of order, if I could. A very positive and helpful one. The motion on the screen, colleagues, is the incorrect motion. So we'll make sure that we get the right motion to the clerk's table and we get the right motion up on the screen. I couldn't hear what you said.
We've updated the motion with the number that was stated on there, so it should be correct now.
I'm still seeing 50% across all collection areas, which is not correct, and there are no dates. We can carry on. Yeah. I forget where we were.
So we'll carry on and we'll see the motion in a few moments when the clerk has it up there. So Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think that would be beneficial to me, but instead I'll just go to Brad again. Just help me understand when would, I'm okay, first of all, I'm okay with some shift. I'm not okay with it disappearing for the whole summer. That's when all the heat joins us, right? If we're lucky. So help me understand where these dates are in that, if what I understood, they would be traditional what we have now, but for a shorter period of time. Has anyone given any thought to there being, like, in June an extra day, July an extra 2 days, and maybe August an extra 2 days? Because those are, or that sort of thing. Because at the end of the day as well, we are still going to get June heat and September heat. So I'm just wondering, can we spread it out with a special day for the extra?
I'll start. I mean, Shannon helped me finish. I mean, I'll just start with the practical aspect of being sporadic in service delivery. First of all, the temporary, as was mentioned in one of the briefing notes, temporary foreign worker issue is going to be an issue. We don't know. Well, it's hard for us to predict, but it's making it more challenging for haulers to deliver this service. We do know that. And certainly councillors that have been around this program before, in the past, we have had struggled at times to deliver this service. So I'll just raise that. So the more sporadic you get, it is much harder for them to find the workforce to be able to. So that's the key. So what this motion does is kind of start the service and keep it going on a regular and consistent basis, and then stops the service. So once you start to say, well, I'd like to add a day in June and then maybe add a day, and that's
okay. Without
Without even calling the haulers, I can tell you that's fairly impractical from a service delivery point of view. And I just, yeah, okay.
So we're getting the extra 4 instead of 7. Not extra 4, but whatever. 4 instead of 7, that's it.
Yeah.
And then we're delineating when it is. Okay, good, thank you. I just needed to understand it. I'm still gonna mull it over in this brain of mine.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful to the mayor for having articulated the motion in the way that I was trying to formulate by putting up the test balloon earlier. This is the sort of thing where I think just a narrowing of the window, the corridor within which we provide this added service is not an unreasonable thing for us to look at when we're looking for ways to manage our budget. And, there's probably going to be the odd person it'll just they just happen to have a family reunion right before we wind up not offering the service in early July. And so the green bin sits a little bit longer. I mean, we all wind up having to manage our organics in order to avoid the smell and the inconvenience that comes with that. But I think because we're still talking about ensuring that the service is available, and it's still an overall increase in services that we have, were we to look at just doing the biweekly that we do the rest of the year, everybody is still going to be well served. We're not talking about a significant decrease in the service. We're just talking about making a nip and a tuck in order to manage our budget effectively. And I think this is an appropriate way to do so, and I will support the mayor's motion.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm leaning towards supporting this as well. Pulling the whole program in the past, it did generate a lot of complaint, to say the least. I had one resident write me asking if I would like to take on all the new roommates that had moved into his green bin, which was a colorful way to put it. So I'm just wondering, in terms of picking dates, like a time period, and this is maybe not a fair question with you folks on the spot, but was there any trend analysis, like in terms of when we had the most complaints? Because I would presume it was probably August, but do we have any sense of that, or is it all just kind of anecdotal?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I think it's more anecdotal than anything. The entire summer and into the fall present challenges, different challenges as it rotates. So, when we have a really hot summer, the odor issue is certainly a problem. When we talk about rural areas, we're seeing, raccoons and bears and things like that coming around. And those things don't tend to happen all at once. So, the dates that were proposed, it's hard to say, you could shift those one way or the other, but, you're kind of making one, trading off one nuisance for another potentially. But, as far as time frames, that's something that's fairly flexible. And I don't know that there would be necessarily more or less complaints if it went one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hartling.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I remember the last time that this happened in HRM, and it was super duper gross. I can't believe that we talk about it still. So I fully and wholly appreciate that we are in a space where we are looking for savings. We are looking at a fine of $422,000 or $422,430. What is that on the taxpayer's bill?
So, through the chair to the councillor, this item alone is not going to change where you are right now, but individually in its own in isolation, it's about $1.50 on a bill.
$1.50. So we're asking people to deal with the stench of compost over the summer for the sake of $1.50. Okay, I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hartling. Councillor Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on that, I too remember when this happened, and my constituents were sending me photos of their green bins that weren't being collected. Close-ups of maggots, I guess, was one that sticks out in my mind. And the people in the urban areas suffer the most when green bins are collected, further apart in the summer, in the heat, because their neighbors are right next door to them, right? So if you're in a suburban area with a little more spread out between places, maybe you don't mind as much, but in a urban area where people are living closer together, it can be, the complaints will come in, is all I'm going to say about that. And I think one other thing to consider is that people participate in this voluntarily. It's a bit of work to do it, and we do have a very high rate of diversion. People do cooperate a lot because they can rely on their green bin being collected fairly regularly. So we do need to have regular collection, whatever we come up with. If we are going to shift the time, I think it would be better to try to get the coverage in the heat of early July. But I would prefer to keep it at weekly the way we have it. If it's going to be switched, we should cover off the early heat of July. This is a core service, garbage collection and compost and recyclables. It's all a core service that we provide. And when we have good diversion, it does extend the life of our landfill. So that is one benefit of doing this more regularly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morse. Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. I too am concerned about the fact that if we move to this, we may see more organics ending up in the landfill. So I am concerned with that as Otter Lake is in my district. I'm also wondering, and I think that Brad mentioned this. Is the motion really about reducing it from 7 to 4? Or is the motion about July 21 to September 12? Because like Councillor Morris, I wonder, when do we have the most heat that causes the most disgust? And I've actually been the one to sometimes clean my green bins, so I know all about how disgusting that can be. And not to cry over spilt milk or anything, but here we're reducing a core service, and yet we're going down the path of funding things that are not core, which breaks my heart to see that we would take this away, this service that every resident uses, or almost every resident uses. So that's, those are my thoughts.
Madam Chair, just answering that question. So it's a little bit of both in that motion, but the key part is if the dates can be what they are, the fundamentals are going from 7 services to 4 services, a savings of 422. We can come back to council with more optimum dates. We just, for the sake of building this today, we just took 3 services off the back end, 3 services off the front end. That's how, the dates, we can optimize those for the weather.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Steele. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The services are still going to be available, but not as much, and we'll be reducing the budget by $422K. So I fully support the mayor's motion on this, and I'll be voting yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support the mayor's motion as well. And the dates, in my mind, kind of line up with the hottest parts of the summer. I mean, if you delay it a couple weeks and you finish it a couple weeks early, that is really the worst time. And the last time we did this, we suspended weekly collection for the entire summer. And so, and I did receive a handful of complaints. I mean, it wasn't overwhelming, but the complaints were complainy, and they didn't like it. However, our solid waste staff did a really good job of putting out information to help folks, whether it was putting stuff in the freezer, whether it was putting a paper bag liner in your green cart, which I actually adopted several years ago when the advice was given. And I got to tell you, putting one of those paper garden bags in your compost bin through the summer months, and I'm the guy who cleans out my bin with my pressure washer, I only had to do it once during the entire summer because it really, and only because I was an idiot and I splashed my compost all over it and didn't get it in the bag properly. But it was night and day, the difference, and no maggots, nothing along those lines. So this, and to Councillor Hartling's point about the $1.20 or $1.50, whatever it was on the tax bill, they all add up. And the point, I think, of going through this process of these unders and overs is, a little bit here, a little bit there. Sometimes we find millions of dollars, very rarely. But most of our discussions, I mean, just think about the last couple of weeks. It's been around 100 grand here, 300 grand there, adding this, taking that out. and I should add this up at some point, but it's probably, we're on a dollar per minute basis of us talking around this table. It's pretty substantial. And so, but other times it's much less substantial. So let's, get through this quickly. I'm supportive of this. I think this is pretty reasonable. And as a core service, we are not stopping the core service. Remember, this was a service enhancement a number of years ago, and we're still keeping most of that enhancement. So I'm fine with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Hinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this may be an odd question or not. My question is, why does it have to be between July 21st and September the 12th? Like, we have the fall and the winter months. Can it not be? I just don't understand why it has to be between the hottest months of the year. What?
Right.
Oh, that's
So, Mr. English will answer.
Why not do 3 weeks? Yeah.
Mr. English.
Just to make sure I follow the question. So right now, the enhanced service that you're keeping, the weekly green card service, would be during that hottest period from July 21st to September.
Okay. So
Remain at your biweekly service level.
right. But why not go to 3 weeks in the yeah.
Well, that certainly could be undertaken as part of the solid waste strategy if that's something council wants to look at. We just can't do that now. That's we're in full-blown contracts with 2-week service. That's because this is an enhanced service. We are able to add it in each year. We pay the premium, and we get the haulers to do the extra service, bring on the extra workers, and provide that extra service with the vehicles they have. So that's why we call it an enhanced service.
Okay.
If you want to fundamentally explore different pickups frequency during the off season for green cars, that's certainly something we can explore. But you would do that as part of our solid waste strategy review, which is ongoing, and we can talk about that offline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinch. Councillor Gillis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Quick question, I guess, for the solid waste folks. Do we have any data around households that actually use compost bins? The reason why I ask that, it just appears like I have a look when it's actual compost day, and it comes across as maybe not everybody composts anyway, like maybe 1 in every 3 have green bins out. And I was just curious if there's any data around that.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. We have done curbside audits in the past. I'm not quite prepared to give you specifics, but in general, we do have a fairly high rate of participation in our Green Cart program. What we do find during the fall and winter, spring months is that perhaps people aren't putting their carts out every collection day. So if we look over the course of 2 or 3 collections, typically we have, high 80s, low 90s at least participation. What I recall off the top of my head from the last set of audits we did, but generally it's quite high.
Okay. I mean, I am leaning to supporting this motion for sure. Just one of the things I see around this, I mean, I live in the woods. I don't have a problem with rodents. I got wild animals in my yard right now, probably. Bears, raccoons, everything. I just got, you know what I'm saying? So I think we should look for tax savings wherever we can. This might sting a little bit, but people will get used to this. I think we should continue using good practices, put stuff in freezers, use green bin bags and everything. I don't have a problem with maggots or anything, so not well, that's a whole other conversation. But anyway, that's it. I'll move on. I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Gillis. So you haven't defrosted any organics as I have then? Put it in the freezer and then forget what it is. Councillor St. Amand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Councillor Cleary's point, there are management strategies that we can employ, and maybe residents are just going to need a reminder because it's been a while. So, letting them know that there are things that they can do in order to mitigate the smell. And that doesn't only apply to the summer months. That just happens to be the high offender period. We can certainly look to ensure that part of our communications, our ongoing efforts with our residents, and we'll talk about communications in our meeting tomorrow. Ongoing communications is one of the things that we do with our residents, and so we'll play an active role in ensuring that they're aware of what those mitigation strategies are as well. I did have a clarifying question. So it was raised earlier, I think it was Councillor Morse that asked about the diversion side of things, and I thought I had already asked the question as to whether or not we saw an uptick in organics in our solid waste removal during the period at which this weekly removal didn't occur.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. So it was 2020 when the service was removed. We found that waste trends during that year were kind of all over the place and very difficult to predict because people were home, businesses were closed. So we saw some pretty crazy shifts between the organics, garbage, and recycling. So it's difficult to say exactly what that impact was. We did see about a 10% decrease in the amount of organics, but as I noted earlier this afternoon, that could have been just people being more conscious about food waste and not putting as much in the green bin because they're home, they're meal prepping, because they're not going to the grocery store as often. So it's really difficult. We weren't paying super close attention, but I know there weren't any significant impacts that we noticed as far as the garbage. As Councillor Steele pointed out, we do have concerns about ensuring that we're mindful of any organics that go to the Otter Lake landfill. We do have a compliance plan that we're subject to under Order of Nova Scotia Environment, where we're working towards ensuring that there is no more than 10% of the incoming waste comprised of compostable organic material. So, that is certainly something that this would certainly be a litmus test for that, to really gauge whether residents started putting their organics in the garbage without that extra collection cycle in the summertime. So,
right. And I'm happy to have staff give us advice on whether or not we've picked the right dates here too. Like knowing where the peak heat is historically is probably a moving target anyway.
Blind darts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor St. Amand. Councillor Kent.
Yes, just some very quick words. Lobster shells should belong in a bag or wrapped in paper of some sort. The composters that you can actually use at your home for diverting even some of the green bin waste into an opportunity to create your own fertilizer and such for gardens and things like that for those who have the ability. Just if we could maybe ask, should this pass and as we go forward, could we get some form of a reminder set of things that homeowners can during that whole season? Because, Councillor Purdy and I became the rat ladies in the first round in 2020 when this whole thing got started. Again, as we got back on, there are people out there that you will hear from who have been just waiting for that new councillor to get you to come and fix their rat problem. So just saying. Thanks, bye.
I saw some nodding, but Shannon, did you want to respond to the question that Councillor Kent had, or?
Yeah, sure. So through you, Madam Chair, we have some great resources. We have great staff. I know many of you have reached out to our team, and we do have plans in place to, regardless of how this was going to go, to educate people about how to manage their organics. And if any of the councillors would like anything to include in their social media or their newsletters, we're more than happy to provide that to help you out as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Kent. Question has been called. Councillor Hartling? Councillor Hartling, you have a question of clarification?
Yes, is if I
the yes vote is to cut the additional weeks? Okay.
Motion has passed. Thank you very much, everyone. By my clock, it's 5:02. So we will recess and reconvene Wednesday morning at 9:30.